welcome you once again to Texcellence Conference. It is Texcellence 2025, a convergence of vision, innovation, inspiration, and connectivity. Our theme this year, Future Forward Africa, challenges us to look beyond today and to envision an Africa that doesn't just adapt to global trends, but defines them. We are the generation that will not stop just at talking about Africa's potential, but we will live its reality. And I dare say we already have begun. With the ideas that will be shared here today, we are forming and weaving the fabric of Africa's future. So with every panel session, every presentation, every Q&A, and every network that will be made here, we're weaving together the threads that will form Africa's future. Because we recognize that the true story of Africa's future will not be told in boardrooms abroad, but by the brilliance of those who have chosen to build here. So once again, I want to welcome you to Texcellence 4.0. My name is Olive Emodi. I'm a TV host with News Central Television. I'm a lawyer. And for the third year in a row, I'm hosting the Texcellence Conference. I want to say thank you very much to CWG Africa for the honor. Thank you for trusting me to deliver. And it's a great privilege to really be a part of this movement. May I please ask, now that I've introduced myself to you, that for a few seconds, we know people have been here and seated. Everyone, networking is a key part of what we're doing today. So can you please, for 30 seconds, say hello to someone beside you? We hope that before the day ends, you know the name of the person on your left and the name of the person on your right, as that is really a key part of what we're doing here today.
From heaven.
This will just be the first part of our networking. There'll be more to go.
Now you can wait your whole life wondering.
All right, thank you very much for obliging me. Much later, we'll have a proper networking break. But as we proceed with this conference, we would like to specially applaud all our partners and our sponsors. We want to say thank you to everyone who has been a part of the dream that is Texcellence Conference. But very importantly, may I please ask that we give a round of applause to a company that has positioned itself as maximizing Africa's future. A round of applause for CWG Plc. Thank you. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first speaker this morning. But before then, if you'd like to engage with us on social media, our handle is Texcellence Conference. Our first speaker this morning is not only a visionary leader, but he's also our host for today's gathering. He's a man who embodies the spirit of innovation which this forum celebrates. He is a seasoned business executive, currently serving as the Group CEO of CWG Plc. And he's, of course, renowned for driving digital transformation and strategic innovation. He has played a key role in positioning CWG as a major force in Africa's tech ecosystem. He's also a member of the Forbes Business Council and several professional bodies, including the Institute of Directors and Nigeria Computer Society. Known for his dynamic and approachable leadership style, he continues to inspire growth and innovation within the technology sector. Today, it's an honor to welcome our chief host leading this remarkable gathering. Please, may I ask that you give him a loud applause, as yesterday was his birthday, and he'll probably be very cross with me for announcing this, but I couldn't miss the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we welcome Mr. Adewale Adeipo. Please, a round of applause for the Group CEO of CWG Plc. Can we sustain the applause for him until he gets to the stage? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us this beautiful morning in Lagos. For those that have not had the privilege to shake your hand, I wanted to clearly understand that I appreciate you, and I thank you for coming today. You see, for a long time, we've carried the vision and the affirmation of what we called Africa of our dream. We nurtured it, we believed it, and we worked for it. Today, we are beginning to see the emergence and the convergence as Africa is now coming together. For decades now also, the narrative has always been Africa rising, and we've heard this again and again. But oftentimes they spoke of a distant tomorrow. Some other times also it's with doubt and that narrow lens of challenge. But today we gather to make a bold and a new declaration that Africa is not just a continent of tomorrow, Africa is a continent of now. But for us to clearly understand what we must do and build, we must acknowledge where we are today. We must see Africa very clearly, and that means seeing from our three faces. First will be what I call the face of challenge, or if you will, the challenges that we face. Then of course we have the progress that we've made and how. But more importantly for this conference will be the face of the potentials that lies effortlessly and abundantly in this continent. I welcome you all again to Texcellence 2025. Thank you for joining us at the 4th edition of our Technology and Digital Innovation Conference, where we discuss matters and topical issues that propel digital growth, enablement, and prosperity, especially in Africa. A warm welcome to our government dignitaries, Captain of Industries here present, visionary startup funders, generals from the Nigerian military, senior officers from the intelligence unit, and of course to our esteemed partners and customers. I acknowledge also our virtual participants joining us from across the globe. You see, Africa stands at a critical salient moment in its development trajectory. Today, we are positioned to transition from a continent with potentials to a global economy powerhouse. By 2040, Africa will be home to the world's largest youth population with an unparalleled capacity and capital to build innovation and growth worldwide. Our current economic indicator already signal an accelerating progress for the continent, with regional growth expected to reach a 3.5% in 2025 and further accelerate to a 4.3% in 2026 and 2027. This narrative by itself presents Africa's strategic positioning, especially if you consider the demographic dividend, the many digital transformative initiatives currently ongoing on, the recent economic integration, and of course the natural resource wealth. It's imperative at this point that while we acknowledge the persistent challenges in this continent, we must begin to pay attention to the vital leverage point for sustainable development. You will all agree with me that the continent's emergence, for me, for you, for our businesses and our nations, represents not just an African success story. It is also a transformative change in global economy and political architecture, of course with implication on international trade, on climate response, and on technological innovation. Speaking of the first phase, which is the phase of challenge, this, of course, is the Africa of headlines. It's shaped by undeniable challenges. This is the Africa where many of our nations carry high debt to GDP ratio, where a quarter of our smart young minds are unable to secure jobs, or they lack the infrastructure, the scale, or the resources to create one, where infrastructure gap has made trade 50 times more expensive. This narrative is not our truth. Of course, these troubles are the reality, but then we could do more better than this. We're getting to an Africa where we should be changing our narrative ourselves. It's a challenge that is real, but the picture is completely incomplete. It's a snapshot that misses the entire motion picture of progress. The narrative of our limitation, it's not our truth. And that's why we must embrace the Africa that we are currently building. defined by data and dynamism. We are the world's youngest continent, a demographic powerhouse. Our economic growth has consistently outpaced global average. The AFCFTA is creating a single $3.4 trillion market. We have tripled our startup ecosystem in under 2 years. The interesting thing is that we are not copying models. We are creating them. This is the Africa that is resilient, the Africa that is innovative, and the Africa that is already shaping its own destiny. Let's speak a little bit into the numbers if we can. While other continents are aging, 70% of sub-Saharan Africa is under 30. We are not only young, we are vibrant, we are agile, we are hungry. By 2030, which is just 5 years to this time, Africa's population will be 1.7 billion. The interesting thing about this is we will be adding 500 million new mobile internet users. This, by every standard you could think of, is the largest untapped digital ecosystem on the planet Earth. Having said all of this, we have some optimization to do. We are very good in planting seeds, but we need to scale bigger, better, and faster. We are one of the highest numbers of startup per capita, but we struggle to grow trees. Our unicorn story can also tell the story. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, the reason is not lack of creativity or genius. It's clearly a fragmented market, lack of limited access to patient capital. You see, the way our challenges, our fundamentals and variables are different in Africa, so must be our funding. And we must build for continental scale and not just local opportunities. This gap isn't abstract. It's a story of a brilliant startup in Nigeria that wishes to extend to Ghana, but can't get funding because rather than investors to see opportunity, they are clearly seeing market risks and regulatory pressure. This is our reality today. It's our seed struggling to become a forest. Then that brings me to the most important phase as I begin to close. This is the phase of potentials. The Africa we have to build together. But to build that, we must embrace the fundamental truth. Our context today is our greatest blueprint. We are not defined by the path that others have set or the pathway that they've taken for us to follow. Our journey is unique. While others build highways, we are building a seamless network of drones, largest mobile money platforms that we can ever find, solar power microgrids. We are not following a map if we go by the trajectory and the projection of what we've done in the last 10 years. We are not following any roadmap precisely. We are drawing a new course tailored to our landscape and to our potentials. And that's why we've gathered here today at Texcellence 4.0. A lot of the conversation today will be on how do we unlock these potentials? How do we come together and form the Africa that will truly have the capacity to deliver? That is unlocking these potentials. I've highlighted for the purpose of this conversation and for this conference 3 pillars of growth. First, we must collaborate across borders. We must break the silos that currently exist among us today. A startup in Egypt must easily scale to South Africa. We need integrated Pan-African platforms. We need a CWG or a fifth lab that works from Lagos to Cairo, then Cape Town without necessarily changing major configuration or going through the scrutiny or the tight schedules of regulators. The second is what I call we must invest with patience. We must bet on the future. We must bet on the vision. Also very important, we need patient capital. To our investors, we need you to be more of gardeners and not hunters. Bet on the long-term vision. The future of Africa, as we've seen with the many transformational initiatives and progress that we've seen in the last 1 decade, has been very transformational. So where we are going to also will not happen overnight. We have to water the little seeds, and we will own a share of the forest. Lastly, for me today will be We also require that enabling partnership and that enabling environment. Our startups must be given room to breathe. An environment where startup and innovation can thrive. To our government leaders, you will be the essential catalyst through policy formation and deliberate collaboration for us to grow our SMEs. We need policies that enables innovation and not kill innovation. Let us partner to build the digital infrastructure that is the bedrock of our future. The theme of this conference is Future Forward Africa. That means the future is not the destination we arrive at. It is obviously a direction we set today. So it is going to be set in the conversation you will be having in this hall today. It's going to be set in the many discussions that will happen when I leave this stage and when you later meet your friends and people you're seeing for the first time today. It will be the many conversations that will happen in similar halls like this happening across Africa. The partnership that you will form over coffee, the code that will be written tomorrow, and of course the investment that you commit to before you leave Lagos, or the investments that you will be interested in when next you visit Kenya. Over the next few hours, you will hear from incredible minds, and I challenge you, listen not just for the information, listen not just because we've invited you to be here today, but listen more for inspiration, listen more for collaboration. I say, ask not that what is my role in all of this, but rather concentrate on who exactly is my partner. We are the architect of the next great leap that we are looking for. We are the ones that we have been waiting for. Let's build a future that is not just forward, but truly, authentically, and brilliantly Africa. I want to thank you again for joining us at this session. I see so many faces of people that have been with us for a while, partners that we've worked with over the years. But I plead with you, let's not make this just another conference. Let's make very pragmatic steps, create relationship and collaboration, that if we gather again this time next year, we can have what I call the tangibility of this relationship and how well that has grown into something very meaningful that will give us that future forward Africa that we all believe we have a potential for in this continent. Thank you again. I will be around, and I will look forward to the many interesting conversations that I will be having collectively and one-on-one with a lot of people in here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adewale Adepo, our Group CEO here at CWG Plc. And so much was said in the time that he had that properly set the tone for the conversations. He spoke to the 3 pillars of growth, speaking about collaboration, investing with patience and betting on the vision, and enabling innovation.
But now we're going to switch talks, and we're going to be talking about the human side of artificial intelligence. And to present this talk, I'd like to welcome the Executive Chairman of CIT Vericash, a fintech enablement platform driving digital financial services and inclusion across more than 25 countries in Africa and the Middle East. With over 30 years' experience in the global IT industry spanning North America, Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, he has led multiple technology ventures from startup to IPO. He's also the chairman and CEO of CIT Global with operations in over 50 countries. Please welcome with an applause as he speaks on the human side of artificial intelligence, Ashraf Zaki. A round of applause for him.
Hello, good morning. I'm really very glad to be here in CWG Texcellence Conference and celebrate that milestone. I have been coming to Nigeria for the last 14 years, very frequently, and for the last 11 years I've been partner with CWG, and I am quite impressed and happy to see how the company growing and the success it had. Congratulations to Mr. Wali and his team. Well done. So today, if I can have my presentation. So we have heard a lot from Dr. Mark about AI, and thank you for making a lot of introduction on different topics. I will take it to a different angle, going down to where we are, because I believe AI is already transforming and revisionizing different industry around the world. But I believe in Africa, it is deeply human. So all of us read, play, learn, work with AI, but what does that mean for the financial services industry? And this is what I'm talking about today, okay? So by the way, if I can ask, how many people here represent financial service industry? Banks, fintechs, mobile money, central banks. Oh, there is no shame. You can raise your hand. Thank you. What I'm speaking about will apply to many businesses as well, not only the financial service. But I think AI in the financial services, it's about empowerment. Empowering the businesses and their customers to be able to do much more in driving forward. It's about building trust. It's about generating really new opportunities to millions of people. So this is a quote by PwC, and I think it is very clear and very strong. $1.2 trillion potential impact in 5 years in Africa because of AI, from financial inclusion and productivity. I will touch in my presentation on 4 tracks of how this is really applied to financial service, and it will really reflect on other businesses for sure. But first, where I'm coming from. So I'm presenting today Vericash, CWG partner. So Vericash is a division of CIT Global, a software company, 30 years old. We started in North America. We started working in Africa for now 23 years in Africa. We take pride that we deliver, I think, in 56 countries around the world. Vericash is what we call the fintech enablement platform. It's a technology platform that really enable a unified, scalable, intelligent financial infrastructure for our clients, enabling them to deliver digital financial services anytime, in any program, in different countries, different language, currencies, in different modal, and different customer. So quite an open platform to help in the next wave of digital transformation. Back to AI. So I will start with the first aspect, which is AI and the customer. And I think this is a story about empowering the individual. So what we're seeing today, and everything I'm talking about, is really what's happening today. I'm going to try to give a few examples also. So we are now moving from static tools, static apps that customers use to access financial service, to really AI-driven smart applications that really learn, adapt, and predict to customer needs. So the customer feels he's dealing with a much smarter tool in their hand. And that takes us to a very important concept, which we call the hyper-personalization. Hyper-personalization, that means is, if I have a financial institution moving from having my apps designed for different categories of customers, so I say SMEs or high net worth or unbanked customer, to really applications and services that are designed for each single customer. So if your customer will be able to see an app that is designed for them, for their habit, for their knowledge, for their needs. And that will include the predictive user experience. So part of the smarter that the app will learn how the user is operating and adapt to the user. What that will mean for the customers. This app will not going to make decisions on behalf of the customer, but it will enable the customer with the intelligence, with the information to be able to make easier, faster decision-making where it relates to their finance, which is really transformation to get us to inclusion into financial service. To give an example or two to take it down there. So today at VeriCash, I think many of you who use mobile banking application, for example, from your financial institution, will know the term PFM, Personal Financial Management. It's a feature that enables you to see what you spend, how did you spend, you should take care of that. Very simple thing. Now, with AI, we are taking personal financial management to become your personal financial consultant. So I have the app, and the app in my hand will be my consultant, analyzing what I'm doing, giving me suggestion, giving me direction on what I should do and I should spend. Of course, I am the one who decides what to spend. Another example is taking the concept of chatbot, and Mark talked about chatbot. So how we take the concept of chatbot that rather than me talking to the call center of my financial institution and have an AI answering my questions, to move to the level I have in my app, in my mobile banking app or mobile money app, I have a chatbot in it that really work with me and take me through the process of making the transaction or executing the payment. And of course, again, I am the one who has to make that decision. But we see now we are moving to a completely different level, completely different empowerment to the customer. Of course, each one of these aspects requires a whole speech for an hour by itself, so I'm going to touch very fast just to give the flavor and ignite the discussion. Second track is AI and the business, which I label it driving intelligent growth. So how AI will help businesses grow faster, smarter, and based on intelligent data. So AI analytics, of course, this is a big, big area. It's, as Mark said, it's all about data. So from a financial services provider perspective, let me give you an example of a project we are doing now. So now, as a financial institution, one of our clients, they have all the transaction of their customers. So the transaction of payment, transfer money, getting a loan. So you take all of these transactions of millions and millions of customer and transaction, you put it into your own data warehouse. But that's not enough. Then now we're moving that we are measuring, for example, if you take the app as a visitor channel, we are measuring and taking note of everything the customer do in the app. So he clicked the right button, he moved from this screen to this screen, he stopped at this stage, and we take all this data and we throw it in the same data warehouse with all the transaction success and failures. Imagine you move next and you go to the call center of the bank, and all the calls or the emails of complaints and issues that comes to the bank, and you take that and you put it in the same data warehouse. Then you go to social media and the app store and collect this. This is what we call multi-model AI data analytics. And you throw all of that together. Of course, this is huge. This is massive data that comes in. So only now with AI, we can really drive. Can you imagine the knowledge the institution can really drive out of this, and the competitive advantage the business can get by ability to really manipulate this massive data and come up with different product and different service to customer. And this takes us to the view that every business will like, not only financial services, is how to achieve a 360 customer view on your customer. Not only with using your service, but everything you do, maybe in another business, doing different product, using different digital channels, going to your branch, how to build all this data so you can really have that view about your customer. And now what can you do with this? That's empower businesses to a completely different level, especially in the financial service industry. Of course, productivity and automation for the staff. So what AI is doing now, we're really making breakthrough in automating a lot of the tasks. So your talent can focus more on the innovative stuff, on the design stuff, rather on the basic tasks, which really give massive productivity boost to the organization. Management, I think gone the days where executives in banks will have different fixed dashboards that they can see in front of them. And, or when they do analyze business case, they have many staff trying to make different reports. Now, with such massive data warehouse and Gen AI working on that data warehouse, any executive now can talk and get all the data, all the analysis, what he needs for fast or she needs for fast decision making and correct and more informed decision making, which is really transformational. Okay? So this is about AI and businesses, and I believe a lot of this stuff are here, clickable, implement, and we can really benefit from it now. So I think it is 10. Yeah, oh, sorry. Can you go one slide back? Thank you. AI for trust and security. Of course, as you've seen my theme in the presentation, I'm focusing on the benefit, right? There is a lot of risk for AI, but I'm trying to focus on the benefit. So when I say AI for trust and security, I think AI have a transformational impact on how customers and business can securely transact digitally when it relates to financial service. And I think in Nigeria particularly, this is something of high importance, and we see it with our customer and partners here. So I'm not going to go through all the list, but prediction, detection, and act on fraud. This is one massive area where AI is a transformation. How to forecast the fraud before it happens. How to act in an automated way, expedite way to stop fraud when it happens. Okay? And detection beyond rules. AI is a learning machines, can learn a lot about customer behavior, especially when the institution built this large data warehouse, all this information. So AI can be instrumental in helping our banks, our fintech, really build more confidence so they can offer more value. Because what we see in financial institutions today is a tough day-to-day challenge in making decisions between conveniency, value to customer, and concern over fraud and risk. And these two things keep pulling management and executives into direction. So having AI that really enables smarter risk profiling can help a lot our financial institution to give much more value to their customer. And it goes to the improved authentication, preventing wrong profiling, and all of that. This is a study we've made that AI can cut fraud losses by up to 50%. This is huge. This is significant. If I'm a bank and I was able to predict I can cut my fraud risk by 50%, I can provide way much more value to my customer. I can make it much more convenient for them to access my financial services. And of course, because I'm not talking about the negative, but jumping into AI for fraud and risk and security, it's something that you cannot escape because the fraudulents and the attackers are using AI to increase their efficiency and their innovation in how to go and fraud our financial institution. So if financial institutions are not using AI, not just to improve their fraud and risk management, but to protect against the increased abilities of the fraudulent, actually it's going to turn up into the negative thing. So I think using AI in fraud and risk and security is, for our financial institution, fintechs, money, banks, is critical. Where I should direct it? Yeah. Talent. The last aspect is the talent, which is very important. I like this quote a lot. It's a known quote, but I think it is really applicable in our discussion when it comes to Africa. AI will not replace human. Humans with AI will replace humans without AI. I truly believe in this. So when it comes to talent, so of course, when we look to the continents in Africa, there is a skill gap. There is an obvious skill gap that needs to be closed to enable businesses to really be able to capitalize on AI and deliver on AI. A study was made that shows that 85% of African firms consider AI skills a future priority. But of course, most of them lack the pipeline of the skills and the talent that they need to deliver on this. So how we deal with this in financial sector and all the businesses we are in? Number one, upskilling and reskilling. Any organization today, any business today, who believe they're going to venture and use AI, and that will not transform and significantly change the way they are organized, the job description of their people, the training required of talents, the compensation for their talents are up for a big game. I believe the whole human aspect management within businesses will go through massive transformation in the coming 2-3 years. And if you want to adapt AI more, you and your business, whatever the business type, you have to be ready for these changes. I think HR has been a stable industry with a lot of concept, processes, and we are working on today. I think the whole HR basic structure, as we know, will be really challenged with AI. So how you upskill your employees, how you train them. As Mark said, in some industry, you will be looking for the high skill. I don't want to, why I need a young guy. In other industries, go the other way around. Why I need my senior guy? I have a young guy who have really more intellectual power. He can do the job of the senior guy or the best programmer in the company. But that's a long path. Of course, the strategic path is really countries have really programs for education, for collaboration between universities, private sector, and the government, and how strategically to upgrade the talent and to really train the talent in the market. We also, and this is what we do with our customer partners, so this is to, because you cannot wait. You cannot say, I don't have the talent, so I need to train first. I need to build the skill first. This is not the game. The game, you need to jump. So find partnership to extend the internal skills within the organization. It's a very important thing. And I'm not talking about outsourcing, but extending. Like we at VeriCash, when we sell software, we say we don't sell software. We go and we create a center of excellence to our customer, dedicated to be an extension to the staff and the department and the customer, to complement, to have knowledge sharing, to help build the internal capabilities within the customer. But talent is really a major challenge, but also I think for Africa, it's a major opportunity. So the human side of AI is about people. The customers we serve, and all businesses here serve customers. Even government serve it as individual, which is their customers. The talent we nurture and the trust we build. I think this is 3 aspects I wanted to really highlight on today. So I think this is a moment of Africa. And I really echo what Dr. Mark has said. It is a moment where Africa can leapfrog. I truly believe that AI is not something that Africa will have to catch, but if the right decision have been made and the right commitment, I think this is an Africa moment to leapfrog into really the AI world for the content benefit. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Zaki has said he would like to take one question if anybody has. Does anybody have a question? We have one question. All right, just one question in the audience. Very quickly, please. Thank you. Please raise your hand so he can bring the mic. She can bring the mic to you. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zaki. Thank you for your talk. My question was regarding the financial industry, just because I know that innovation, like new innovation in the financial industry, could have a lot of challenges in terms of regulation. So when coming across these things where you have a new tool that may not currently exist, what would you say the best advice is in terms of aligning with regulation and also compliance as well?
Thank you very much. Of course, this is a very important question, I have to say, and a big challenge. But why regulators are there to sometimes hold back on innovation? It's you want to protect the customer, right? And the institution. Fraud and trust is a big aspect of it. So bringing this innovation has to be accompanying, when I bring it to the regulator, with how we are building the trust and the confidence. So that's why I think the regulators will be extremely happy with AI development and fraud and risk mitigation. Will be very happy when financial institution using the data, the large data warehouse I'm talking about, to be able to respond to central bank with data about everything. From one aspect. From
My name is Silas Adekunle. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Awari. My claim to fame is being the inventor of the world's first intelligent gaming robot that was distributed by Apple as part of the global.
Chatbot or an agent in the app that start doing things for customers. That is scary. But then the idea what I try to mention is, in financial services, AI cannot do transaction on your behalf. Cannot spend money on your behalf, cannot decisions on your behalf. It has to help the customer to reach. I think if we manage that and we don't cross, because we see some innovation application, actually, I see one of our developer came up with an innovation and he showed us how he can take the chatbot. You have a question, you have a challenge, the chatbot will go and execute the whole transaction. So don't worry about it, not gonna talk to you, this is what you need, I'm doing it. Of course, that is scary. We need to stop to the level is to really give recommendation and authentication. But I think they also will be happy about the authentication, because one of the major problems we have today, and in Nigeria we have it very big, is what we call is wrong genuine customer discrimination, right? The institution want to protect themselves to offer you to transact with 10 million naira, but then they do a lot of profiling. But because you want to be strict to protect, good, genuine customers will not be allowed to do that. But if you have a much smarter engine who do this, and then you can show the evidence to the regulator will say, okay, based on this, allow them, you can go with those customers to do $20 million, okay? So it's a balancing act, and we need how to balance it well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ashraf Zaki. Just to mention that when we have breaks, you can see a number of our partner stands. We'd like you to interact with them. You can get more information there. But I'd like to specially recognize a number of people who are here with us, and the recognitions will go on throughout the event. Please join me with a round of applause as I recognize the founder, CWG Plc, and also Leadership Academy, Mr. Austin Okere. Thank you very much, sir, for being here with us. Thank you. We are gathered here today because, of course, somebody dared to dream about this, dream for CWG and put in the work, and here we are today. So thank you very much, sir, for being founding a foundation of what we're doing here today. We have some of our non-executive directors here as well. I'd like to recognize a non-executive director of CWG Plc, the CEO and principal promoter, Waveline Growth Partners. A round of applause for Mrs. Taba Peterside. Thank you very much for being here, ma'am. We also have with us another non-executive director here at CWG Plc. He's also the group managing director and CEO of Codrus Wealth, Mr. Wale Agbenyongi. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Wale and his team had an excellent summit within the month in Abuja where they talked about redefining the future of wealth, and a lot of it also focused on technology. So thank you very much for being here, sir. We have with us all the way from Ghana, the MD CWG Ghana and VP Regions at CWG PLC. Please a round of applause for Mrs. Harriet Yate Akwaba. And all the way from Uganda, CWG is 15 years in Uganda. We have our country manager. I think that 15 years deserves a round of applause, first of all. Our country manager from CWG Uganda, Mr. Peter Tumusime, is here. A round of applause for him. Where's Mr. Tumusime? Oh, thank you. I did a bit of Googling. I tried to say welcome in Luganda, and what I got is Tukwaniriza. Did I get that correctly? Thank you. So you're welcome. Welcome to Nigeria here. And we also have some of our special guests we have with us. The MD Covenant MFB, Dr. Barry Roberts. Thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you, sir. We also have with us the CIO of the Nigerian Police Force MFB, Mr. Abiodun Adelekan. Thank you very much for being here. We also want to recognize the presence of the Group Managing Director of Alpha Morgan, Ade Braimo. Thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you very much, sir. We'll be getting to hear from him much later. We also have with us the MD of Paralex Bank, Mr. Femi Bakari. Thank you very much for being here, sir. And we have the Executive Director, Operations and Technology, Trust Bank Financial Services Group, Mr. Ademola Adeleke. Thank you for being here. And we have with us the DG National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion, NOTAP, Dr. Obiageli Amadiobi. Thank you very much, Dr. Obiageli, for joining us. As we continue with today's ceremony, we'll be recognizing a number of our speakers, a number of our friends of CWG PLC who have come to celebrate with us. But now we have a lightning talk, and this person is going to be joining us all the way, is going to be joining us virtually. So please join me as I welcome the CEO of Awari AI Robotics. He was speaking to us about AI, robotics, and the African enterprise, harnessing frontier technologies for competitive advantage. Please, a round of applause for Silas Adekunle.
My name is Silas Adekunle. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Awari. My claim to fame is being the inventor of the world's first intelligent gaming robot that was distributed by Apple as part of a global partnership. But beyond that, I am a robotics engineer, inventor, building technologies that some of the world's biggest brands, such as AstraZeneca, rely upon. And before I go into this, I'd just like to commend the leadership at CWG that has brought such a gathering together. It's showing both foresight and an understanding of the scope of the opportunity that is available for Africa to capture. So today I'm going to be sharing with you about AI, robotics, and really it's not just about the future of African enterprises, but it's about today as well. And so to begin, why future forward Africa? Why does it need AI and robotics? It will be what will define Africa's competitiveness moving forward. If we look at the data for just Nigeria alone, the growth in GDP in just Q2 of 2025 compared to the same period in 2024 was mostly driven by trade, agriculture, and ICT as a sector. Yet, a lot of these sectors are under-digitized. There is an opportunity here for frontier technology to turn all of this potential into productivity and therefore opportunity. And these frontier technologies, they are available today. That's what Awari's focus has been on. And I'll take you through that journey of what we've been building, demonstrating that this can be built here in Nigeria and in Africa, and that these technologies are available to drive our industries and to transform our industries. To start with, if we look at the opportunity landscape, we know the international global story. Automation and Gen AI are rewriting the global industry. Africa's advantage, and there are many, even though there is also a disadvantage, the biggest advantage is Africa is mobile first. So it's cloud ready. And there is a huge pool of young talent. Now, if we build systems that leverage these local data and we leverage our local talent, we can also position for global competitiveness. It's within a finite period of time because, as we know, where there are gaps, they will be closed, especially where there is value to create and revenue to be generated. And so if we don't build these foundations, eventually companies that are prioritizing other markets will, as they do, bring these technologies eventually to these local markets and start to capture that. There's an opportunity here to not just build and leapfrog, but to transform how businesses are run. So the most foundational sectors to start with that are so behind in technology adoption, where they could use some of these frontier technology, and there's an opportunity to rewrite those foundations. Trade and retail, in how we handle our supply chains, how we interact with customers as well, and how we automate some of those interactions. Second, agriculture and food, monitoring systems, drones, sensors, machine vision, computer vision for crop monitoring, yield prediction. We need these tools because of the scale of the work that is to be done in Africa. Africa, Nigeria can feed the world, but we need these tools to augment our people so that technology works alongside people, creates new types of jobs that we've never thought of before. And in parallel is also helping people to upskill so that they're also ready for the future of work. And then we also have places like manufacturing and logistics as well. These are some of the areas where we're dealing with real world problems, automation challenges. But then if we look closer to home, some of the sectors that exist right now, financial services, we're seeing a boom in Nigeria already. There are more fintech startups than ever. And the barrier to building is lower. But so then comes its risks as well. Fraud, compliance, all of these things can leverage AI, cybersecurity. These are some of the key areas that we focused on as well. ICT and telecoms, AI for network optimization, predictive maintenance, and then healthcare and public services as well. The biggest challenge today is that a lot of the tools that we normally use in trying to solve these problems don't have the local context. Only about 1% of African languages exist in the global AI data that these language models have been trained upon. And so that's why we had the mission at Awari to enable the development and adoption of frontier technology on the African continent, starting in Nigeria. And I'll take you through that journey of what we've been building. The first is we knew that we had to build AI systems that could work for the everyday people. And right now, Awari is leading the charge of building the first homegrown multilingual AI assistants that's voice first. Technology adoption should not come at the expense of cultural erasure. So it shouldn't be that everybody has to learn English to be able to interact with these technologies, especially when you lose dimensions of the information you're trying to convey when you switch to another language. So we're building technologies that will just work, understand, and speak the local languages. This is an assistant that's going to be released soon. One of the biggest things we've done recently, just 2 weeks ago, is we launched Nigeria's first national language model in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy. We launched that in New York on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, to much fanfare, because we were showing that this can be done in Africa as well. And this is something that developers are now building upon to create tools in some of their technology capabilities as well. Because these foundational infrastructures did not exist, the way we had to do it was to actually build some of these capabilities. We built systems that made it easy to capture language data, to capture visual data, to be able to benchmark and fine-tune some of these models locally. So we've built the critical software infrastructure to allow companies in Nigeria, in Africa, to be able to make sense of their data, turn their data into models that can power their businesses as well. We go beyond that. We're working on global scales as well, working on visual intelligence systems that help businesses to have the intelligence they might never capture before, that's buried under layers of information that's not captured in real time. We allow them to see what's happening before it becomes a problem. So what we've demonstrated that these technologies can be built at home. They can be quite powerful and they can be quite transformational. And these AI solutions are already validated. There might be some companies in the room here today that are using this either at proof of concept level or integrating them into some of their solutions and systems already, from education to governance to telecoms for customer service in real time to some financial inclusion and pharmaceutical manufacturing. They are leveraging technologies that Awari has built. And our goal is that we now start to bring that same reliability to every industry where this can be transformational, so that we can help Africa and Nigeria to accelerate its industrialization in a contextually aware and relevant way. The biggest lesson that we've learned in how to make the deployment and adoption of AI successful is really around a framework that we've been using. We usually align on just one KPI as a success metric. We look at the data readiness level, and we have the manpower. Our first lab is in Ikorodu with about 200 people, and one of the projects we recently did with the government on the national language model mobilized about 5,000 people at scale to do some of the data preparation. So there's no volume of data that we can't make sense out of. You then work quickly to leverage that data and insight to build models that are fine-tuned and refined on your specific use cases. And then we test. And you quickly get to a point where you decide, is this valuable? And that's what's been useful. For example, in one of our telecoms interaction, quickly testing that, yes, this AI assistant can understand languages, help you reach some of the customers that are not technologically literate, so that you can just talk to them without needing to type. At the end of the day, they still need data. They still need to make calls. You can imagine all of it, even in the financial industries as well. And then behind the scenes, when you're looking at how your systems actually run, how you start to avoid some of the challenges that are going to come in the future, voice-based fraud. How do you identify and give customers they understand customers' own unique voices? These are some of the things or capabilities that are being trialed now and piloted. If there's any practical guidelines I would leave the leaders in this room with, is AI is inevitable. It's here, it's changing industries, and it's a huge wave that will lift all boats, as long as you have a boat that can swim in the currents of this AI wave. And so to start small and just start this journey, just picking one KPI. And that's why sometimes we joke that we are technology therapists. Bring your challenges. We speak the language. We understand how to build this. And our mission is really to take some of these global knowledge that exists in the diaspora and bring it back home and make sure that we're building here. So start small, but plan big. Start with just this one KPI. Also ensuring that we prioritize the ethics of how we deal with AI, from the data collection and data quality, making sure that we are able to build trust. Leveraging local content, local talent is going to be important, but it's also equally as important that in this room, we are partnering together to scale and to bridge infrastructure gap through collaborations. Anything that's piloted in Nigeria, that's done in Nigeria, can scale across the continent. Nigeria carries a huge portion of the burden of technology challenges in Africa. And so, if there's anything I leave you with today, is that there's a huge opportunity here to capture, and we don't have to import technology to go after those opportunities. And That's really the work that we're doing at Awari, and that's why we believe that it's more pertinent than ever that we're talking about these and building frontier technologies at home. Once again, my name is Silas Adekunle. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Awari. My co-founder, Eniola, will also be in the room as well. Happy to answer any questions to support you all in this journey. And thanks once again to the leadership at CWG for inviting me. I know we'll do lots of amazing things together. Thank you.
Converging to drive Africa's next economic leap. And right after this panel, we're going to have a quick break, a very short break. But to guide us through this conversation, I'd like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Open Access Data Centers, OADC, leading the development of a Pan-African open access digital infrastructure network powering the continent's connectivity and cloud ecosystem. With over 30 years of international experience across Europe, the US, Asia, and Africa, his distinguished career includes senior roles across finance, energy, management consulting, and the UK government. Please join me as I welcome our first panelist, Dr. Ayotunde Koka, the CEO of Open Access Data Centers. Thank you very much. If you may please join us on stage. Thank you very much, sir. Our next panelist is the Senior Director of Card Business at Borica, where he leads one of the company's core business directorates, driving strategy, innovation, and growth in the card payment ecosystem. Since joining Borica in 2002, he has risen through a range of technical and leadership roles, contributing to the company's evolution as a leading provider of payment infrastructure and solutions in Bulgaria. Please join me as I welcome to join us as our second panelist, the Senior Director, Card Business Borica, Radoslav Dimitrov. Thank you very much for joining us. And next on the panel is the Managing Director and CEO of Alpha Morgan Bank, bringing over 3 decades of leadership in commercial and investment banking. He's a visionary strategist that has built and led institutions across Africa's financial landscape, from GT Bank Sierra Leone and GT Homes to founding Alpha Morgan Capital, has now evolved into a respected banking group. He's a fellow of both the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. He's also an associate of the Chartered Institute for Securities and Investments UK, as well as an alumnus of Harvard Business School. Please join me as I welcome Ade Buraimo, who is the MD CEO Alpha Morgan. Thank you very much, sir. And joining us next is a finance and digital executive with over a decade of C-suite experience. As Executive Director and Group COO of FCMB Group, he oversees operations across banking, consumer finance, investment banking, wealth management, and fintech, serving over 13 million customers. He's a chartered accountant with 25 years experience in African financial services and has led teams that raised over $1 billion in local and international capital markets. Please join me as I recognize COO of FCMB, Bolahan Joshua, who, yes, thank you very much. And finally, joining us on this panel session, he was here earlier and delivered a very detailed session, and I'm glad that he gets to be a part of it. So please welcome with me the Executive Chairman of CIT Vericash, Ashraf Zaki. Thank you very much, Ashraf. Now you can expand further on the conversation you started earlier. And to moderate this panel of very exquisite gentlemen, I would like to welcome the founder and lead coach of Smart Stewards. She's a seasoned financial literacy coach and strategist whose work has empowered thousands across Africa to build wealth with purpose. She is passionate about simplifying complex concepts and driving meaningful financial transformation. Please join me as I welcome our insightful moderator, Shola Adeshakin, who's the lead coach and founder of Smart Stewards. A round of applause as she comes to the stage. I'll now hand over to our moderator as she continues with the conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests. So excited to be here. When I looked at the panel set up again, I'm like, What's gender equality here? The only lady amongst the very distinguished gentlemen. On this panel, we'll be talking about the future of finance, defining Africa's role in the global digital financial system. We all know from the things that we have heard, from the things that we see, that the global financial system is being redefined by digital transformation, and things are happening so fast. When I qualified as a chartered accountant about 24 years ago, we used to brag like the world of finance, we are the ancestors. But these days, you snooze and you lose. That is what is happening. As global financial power shifts and new digital corridors emerge, Africa faces both opportunity and responsibility to design its own path within this evolving order, to build the infrastructure that supports digital finance and position the continent as a credible global player rather than just a participant. And in this session, we'll be exploring how finance, data, AI, and digital infrastructure are all converging to power Africa's next economic leap, driving innovation, cross-border competitiveness, and a stronger global financial voice for the continent. Summarily, we're going to be looking at 4 key pillars. Number 1, the structure, the systems, the policies that support digital finance. We'll be looking at how to scale, how Africa can expand adoption, inclusion, and innovation. We're going to be looking at sovereignty, building the trust and the governance in the global system. And finally, the synergy, the partnerships, and the collaboration across borders. Gentlemen, I am glad to be moderating this session. And I'm going to be starting with Mr. Buraimo, right? From an investment and financial markets perspective, where are the most significant opportunities emerging as finance becomes increasingly digital?
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, my name is Ade Buraimo. I work for Alpha Morgan Bank. Before I go too far, I want to actually sincerely thank the Group Managing Director, CWG, Wale Adeyepo, for what he has done and the group has done for our bank. They actually provided the robust core banking application with Infosys that we drive our business today. I want to thank you so much, and I want everybody to please help us clap for them for what they have done. Thank you so much. Opportunities available in the future in finance. Honestly, all of us should quickly rush to invest in infrastructure, strong infrastructure that will drive payment system, easy transfer of financial activities, data centers, payment rails, opportunity that will allow us to initiate transactions from Nigeria and close it in Ghana. That is where we all have to quickly rush to and focus as an investor. That is the future that we all need to quickly put together for finance in Nigeria, in Africa, in this, our ecosystem, to move as quickly as possible. I know we're a lot of people, we have a lot of speakers here, therefore I'm not going to waste too much time. But the truth is, we have to invest quickly in infrastructure, platforms that will drive this digital explosion that is ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. The responsibility is on every one of us as stakeholders, individuals, corporates, government, and whatnot. I'm going to move quickly to Mr. Yotunekoka. And we're talking about future forward Africa. We just don't want to be receivers. We want to be contributors. We want to position Africa. How ready is Africa? How ready is our digital infrastructure to support the next phase of financial innovation? And in your opinion, what are some of the gaps that still remain?
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here. In terms of how ready, I just very quickly go back, a few years. So much has progressed in the last 15 years. I was in the UK for about 30 years in different areas of digital infrastructure, in banking as well, global infrastructure projects with the ABN AMROs and JP Morgans and Merrill Lynch's and so on, and seeing how that progression of infrastructure has happened. Now, before coming back, I came back as the group CIO for Access Bank. I really expected that things like digital infrastructure would be partnered, you'd go for co-location, outsourced, and stuff like that. And I said, why really would you want to build a data center? You outsource this stuff. And I looked everywhere. There are a few people in this room I see no, that point in time. But we didn't have a choice. There wasn't anywhere I would advise the bank to put a data center. So we built one. Never did digital infrastructure before then. But we built it to the right standard, one of the leading data centers around Africa, actually, perhaps one in South Africa, but also had to build network ecosystems around that. And you have to think about power and diesel and stuff like that. And I was thinking to myself, really, my role is really to be transforming the bank. But I didn't have a choice. And we put a lot of effort and investment in, and quite a few other banks had to do some of those upgrades. But if you go back, so 10 years now, things have changed significantly across Africa. There's now the opportunities to provide digital infrastructure. Those days, if you tried to link from Lagos to DR Congo, Kinshasa, for instance, it was a nightmare. So we had to really innovate with people like Cisco and so on to deal, it was just a distraction on infrastructure. But now what do we have? Across Africa, you now have digital infrastructure at scale. Corporates, whether it's bank and financial services, corporates have to realize that you need to adopt agile infrastructure. And something that's been emerging in the discussions here are collaboration, becoming really, really savvy in technology. And because that's the way it is right now, you have to be. So the key thing is to pick your choices carefully. Now, ready future, where are we? First thing, Africa actually, in a way, leapfrogged the world on digital infrastructure. If you look at our payment systems, we started to see leverage of these infrastructure. I'll sit down and say sometimes to the board, we're ahead of, say, a Barclays bank in this. Is it possible an African bank? I say, yes, actually, because that's what I've done for years. And many banks are doing that, not just in Nigeria, across Africa. The infrastructure of banking has also gone beyond, say, just the core banking. It's now very heterogeneous. You need to think about apps. You need to think about, front-to-end processing for treasury systems. There's a whole range of investments that have come in that have to be integrated, but have to be moved on to be much more current than it is. So the key thing, therefore, is to adopt the agile infrastructure that's required. Now we've got cloud and so on. What you're finding across key hubs in Africa, South Africa has been leading in getting that digital infrastructure in place. Nigeria, actually, Lagos and Nigeria is moving pretty quickly in terms of catching up. Kenya is another one that's coming up, Egypt, Morocco. So we're building the mega data centers now that bring cloud infrastructure in place, linked with all these ecosystems of the networks that we used to build, okay? That's another opportunity for us to be in a position to leapfrog the world, because digital infrastructure needs power. The world has a power problem. We have different ways of generating power across Africa. You might say the utilities have issues in places like Nigeria, but power becomes a core competency you take away from others. So that is now happening. Now, coming to AI, what's happening with AI? You see, there are different levels of AI, and for just simplicity, I talk about the back end, the big back end, right, where you have the LLMs in big, huge mega data centers, gigawatts of things in Europe and the US, and so on. And they're not latency sensitive. They crunch a lot of data that's required. And someone asked a question about, in Africa, what are we doing? And the answer to that question was right. There's a lot being done about localized African LLM processing. But some of that needs to be local. Then you have what I call the middle bit, the inference bit. That needs actually to be local and hosted here. But can you imagine a bank thinking, okay, yes, I'm now going to build my data center to host some inference bit because I want to. By the time you even talk about it, the world has moved on. But there are infrastructure providers like ourselves in South Africa and so on that are building the scale of data centers that allows you to do the inference part, okay? Now that's latency sense. Then there's the front bit, which is where all of the innovators that we have, some of them are going to be speaking here, that deliver some of the new financial thinking, AI for risk management, AI for credit scoring, AI for something we found out years ago. I used to be a digital service director at Egg Bank, and we found you have to get into the rhythm of your customer's life. And some of that has been coming out in the presentations here, right? It's just a terminology. AI helps you get there at that inference level. It's the same thing with security, infrastructure security. We've seen what's been going on with cybersecurity. You need to use AI to fight AI, okay? Then there's the consumer bit. That's where you now start to see agentic AI. And that's where you need to really get the innovations that will deal with so many different parts of banking. As the public infrastructure becomes available, banks leverage that to innovate. But it's absolutely key that you focus on the front end of your innovation. Make sure that the middle to the back end is therefore left to everybody. So in infrastructure, people think about what do I put in place for inference? And that's starting to come, actually. A lot of the large global companies are now starting to look at how do I deliver these capabilities at different points across Africa.
Thank you. Are you done, Sam? Thank you. Thank you so much. There's so much to unpack from what he has said. And just
sorry for interrupting. I don't think we are able to hear each other well.
Oh, we can hear each other well. Media, can you please help us? The mics need to
they need to the speakers to
right.
Speak up.
Well, audience, can you hear us very well? Thank you. But I heard him, maybe because he's right beside me. But thank you so much. Right, there's so much to unpack from that session. I believe that we'll have a replay of this conference so that we can unpack and unbundle. But because of time, I'm going to quickly move on to Mr. Dimitrov. Mr. Koka, Mr. Brahimo has talked about the things that are available, the opportunities. And we see that there are indeed a lot of opportunities. But I would ask you, what risks do you see in aligning Africa's systems with the global standards? Now, Mr. Koka has told us that the opportunities are there, synergy and whatnot, but in aligning what Africa has with the global standards, do you see any risks now or in the foreseeable future?
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm glad to be here to share some insights from Europe. Talking about the risks, definitely there are such. Aligning Africa's financial systems with global standards offer first huge opportunities related to efficiency, financial inclusion, international credibility. However, it's very important. You should very carefully analyze what are the implementation challenges and to avoid them in terms of safeguarding sovereignty, in terms of providing more efficient services. So having this readiness will help Africa to solve the issue currently have in terms of implementations. Talking about, again, the risks and the sovereignty, this is the most important one. So it's good, it's one of the other challenges, in fact. One of the other challenges is related to fragmented and sometimes inconsistent regulations. So this is another risk that should be taken into consideration and need to be properly addressed in order to move forward for a better performance. Having these steps done from your side, I believe the risk will be mitigated. A lot of benefits will be arising, and you will be able to become part of the global financial ecosystem as a leader.
Thank you so much. I hear consistency in regulation, global standards. Thank you. I'm going to move very quickly to Mr. Gbolahan Joshua. How can banks leverage infrastructure and data to transform the way financial services are delivered across the continent? After all, we're talking about future forward Africa. If we are going to export anything, there must be that synergy. Things must work even within the continent properly. How can banks leverage infrastructure and data to transform the way this is being done? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to CWG for inviting me back here again, and thank you for just your consistency with this conference. It's easy to start, but it's very difficult to continue. So thank you very much and well done. In terms of what banks can do, I don't really think they have a choice. If you don't leverage it, you die. You know, I mean, all the services people provide now, you have to have a digital component to it. You know, financial institutions have been raising capital in Nigeria for the past maybe 12 or 18 months. If you look at the way capital was being raised in Nigeria before, you give people forms, yeah? If I use FCMB as an example, last offer, we had about 40,000 people who were subscribing digitally. And the total number of subscribers were just about 42,000. So you'll find out that, what if the platform was not available? You lose 98% of the subscribers. So it's no longer a nice to have, it's a necessity. Now, even in terms of how you scale, no one wants to open an account and see a form. Everyone wants to open an account digitally. So when someone opens an account digitally, for you to do that, you must be able to leverage existing infrastructure. So tell someone, put in your BVN, you pull out all the information, and I always use Google as an example. If you have a Google account and you want to subscribe to another service online, at times they'll ask you, do you want to use your Google ID? Yeah? So that other platform is no longer dealing with customer KYC. They're relying on the KYC that has been done by Google. Now, when you want to make payment, some of them will ask you, do you want to use the card that is already linked to your Google account? So you don't have a choice. What people are doing now is you just leverage on shared infrastructure, and I don't think one person can build that infrastructure. You have to partner. If you want to have a siloed ecosystem, you are going to struggle to survive. A good example I always use is Uber, yeah? Uber is alive today because there is Google Maps. If there was no Google Maps, how will you know where the driver is, yeah? Now, you put a card on it, that card can work in Nigeria. If you go to Ghana, the same card is working, you know. And when Ade was saying something, he was saying, you start something in Nigeria, you can finish it in Ghana. And then finally, I think is you have to leverage things like AI. Now, I tell people that 25 years ago, if companies wanted to reduce their cost to serve, what they used to say is, they'll say they're going to China because China was a low-cost producer. The new China is AI. You know, you put the service on AI, and then you can do a lot of things with it. When robotics came and people were using bots, I remember having a discussion with someone in operations in banking, and he was saying, this thing can't work because of A, because of B, because of C. And the guy that was implementing the robotics told him, he said, my brother, this robot, it doesn't go on leave. Oh. This robot, it doesn't sleep. Oh. You close at 7 and you'll be going home. And the robot will continue working. The robot doesn't go on leave. It doesn't go for lunch. The guy now, he now thought to himself and realized that in terms of scale, you can't scale if you are not leveraging technology. Even if you want to be a merchant institution, the amount of information you can put out for people and the expectations are so high now that if there's no digital, you are dead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, I hear synergy and leverage. How many of you are hearing synergy time and again? I hear that all the time. I'm going to move quickly to Mr. Zaki. I know we have just a few minutes more, and I still want us to go round one more time. But just building on what has been said so far, my question is, how can regional payment cooperation enhance Africa's financial sovereignty and independence from global intermediaries? Now, again, this is about Africa. We want to position ourselves as a superpower, right? But how can that cooperation enhance that sovereignty and independence from the global intermediaries? Thank you.
That's a difficult question, but we'll answer it in a few seconds. So I think when you look at that, you can look at different levels. So first of all, really building this regional type of payment ecosystem that connect countries together, like we have PAPS from AFRISCOM, and which is going to be able really to have a network of connect and to enable business to business to talk in local African network rather than depending on the global network to enable Africa to Africa community. But that's one level, and normally building such regional-wise and Africa-wise initiative takes time, because it's based on country, it takes time to build. I think below that is really how the private sectors and individual financial and fintech can play a great role. And because within Africa, you have a lot of moving expatriate communities. So there is expatriate community from outside Africa, but in Africa there's a lot. And we see, because of the nature of dealing with many fintech, we see really great examples of how fintechs are breaking the barriers, especially for business. Like we have a customer in South Africa, and you see there is a lot of small businesses doing business between South Africa and Zimbabwe and Botswana. And the cost of cross-border is massive. And these guys are able to slash it by 90% the cost. That's major empowerment. The third one is, when people talk about payment, the focus is about remittance, how I send money. I think now it's about cross-border services, enabling cross-border services. How I am a bank can provide a loan to a customer who is expatriate in a different country and serve his family here. So while we have cross-border, how I can enable the cross-border services engagement, not just payment. And I think that will empower a lot the regional cross-border activity.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Talking about cost, you did mention cost, talking about finance, because behind every global payment system transformation is a lot of money and financial infrastructure. I'm going to come to Mr. Brimo. What strategies do you think will attract and sustain capital flows as investors seek stability and opportunity within this ecosystem?
Thank you so much once again. For us to really attract investors into this space and get their support and confidence, we need to be very clear what we want to pursue in Africa. We need to be conscious of reliability of everything that we are rolling out. For example, our financials, it must be clear, it must be reliable, and it must be sustainable. Coincidentally, the auditors, the big fours, surprisingly, they are available for almost everybody because they have segmented their business into multinational, corporate, and MSME. They are available for you to help you put clarity and stability and respectability to your financials. Apart from that, investors will be comfortable with us to invest in this space if our corporate governance is good and is reliable. From the board and ownership point of view, we need to be very clear, we need to be trusted, our word should always be our bond. As I'm about to stop, I'm going to share a very terrible experience that all of us need to take away to make sure we attract investors. We sustain and we retain them, and they will tell others. If you invest in a company and you seeded the company and you funded it, and the corporate governance suddenly disappeared, the CAC ownership register was faulted, was altered, and you that you are the real funder or the real provider of the fund, the so-called funder decided to remove your name from the list of or the registrar of owners. How will foreign investor trust us? It has to start from all of us. The regulators, the people that is the registry of ownership, everything has to be trusted. And that would be my own takeaway to everybody in this conference, that you want to attract foreign investors to invest in our space, we must put our houses in order. Reliability, clarity, dependability. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Very quickly, Mr. Joshua, before I come back to Mr. Yatinikoka. Now, we talk about, we want to put Africa at the forefront, we want to do big things, but we know that amongst banks and within that system, there's a lot of competition, right? My question is, how can African banks and fintechs collaborate, right? Building on what you already said about synergy, to deliver faster, more inclusive, and more efficient cross-border payment experiences. There's no time. I could have talked about some of my experiences, traveling within Africa, but I want you to talk about that, putting aside competition and working together as African banks.
So, I say, look, they don't have a choice. Both the fintechs and the banks, they don't have a choice, yeah? But to work together. You want to do cross-border payments today, you can't be thinking of cards, and you have to be thinking of things like stable coins, yeah? You can't build, one party alone can't build the rails. So you might find out that you want to do stable coins, you might partner with a fintech. You want to do another form of payment, you might partner with someone. Now, in partnerships, there will be some more dominant parties, there will be less dominant parties. If you look at the financial system today, without NIBs, a lot of fintechs would not have survived, yeah? So some people worked hard to put in the rails. Now, that's just for normal payments. When you want to get into things like blockchain, you have guys like Zone who are doing it. When you want to get into things like stablecoin. So I don't think anyone can have all the capabilities today. You are going to have to leverage on people. In some instances, you will do an acqui-hire, yeah? An acqui-hire where you just go to a firm, you buy the firm for the people that are there, and that firm only provides that service to support you. They can support other people, but you cannot do it. If anyone wants to run the rails by himself, just look at the banks today and look at the payment players in the ecosystem. If you're a bank, can you operate without Verve? Can you operate without MasterCard? Go and set up your own card now. Go and set up your own Visa card too. You will be competing for suicide and not for business. Thank you.
They play. Right. I know we're out of time, but Just one more question for Mr. Koka, Mr. Zaki, and Mr. Koka. What is one move Africa must make now? We're taking responsibility. We want to do big things. In your opinion, what is one major move we must make now?
Okay, there's so many dimensions, but I'll just pick one since I've been talking to infrastructure. In as much as I've talked about progress made, there's still a lot more to do in providing connectivity, because at the end of the day, that's where you get to the end consumer, right? And in providing the underpinning infrastructure. So what we have to do is to really get that investment to scale up that infrastructure that everything depends on anyway, okay? And the governance around it. Therefore, we need to think about having, at the minimum regional, or at least Pan-Africa data sovereignty governance. They do it in Europe with GDPR in the UK. In Africa, we do country by country. So the opportunity is to have Pan-Africa framework and scale up on that underpinning digital infrastructure that we need, and power. You tend to have the mix of connectivity, data centers, and energy, power. That mix is what gives you that underpinning infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Dimitrov, one move Africa should make.
Well, as a physically active person who plays soccer and volleyball 4 times a week, I don't think that making one move will be enough to win the game. By small and secure movements, while continuing to invest in young and tech-savvy population, as well as further development of harmonized regulation and digital trust frameworks, public-private partnerships for infrastructure, because it's a huge problem as we discussed this topic as well, and payment services, building efficient cybersecurity and anti-fraud services. I believe Africa is emerged to be a leader in financial technologies that are shaping the future of digital financial economy.
Thank you. Many moves, many moves. Finally, Mr. Zaki, one transformational move for Africa.
I think I will say 3 words. They go in sequence: digital, data, and AI. Because you're running out of time.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this very amazing session. I have taken a lot of notes. Africa Rise, Future Forward Africa, it starts with us, and with us implementing everything that we have learned today. I hope this has been worthwhile for you. Another round of applause for the distinguished men and lady
Thank you
of
very
this
much.
panel.
Thank you very much.
Photo.
Please don't be in a hurry to leave. We'd like to ask you to stand for a group picture. I'll welcome our group CEO as well to join us for a group picture, as well as our non-executive directors. If you could please join us on stage for a group picture with our panelists. Please, sir, join us on stage. Thank you. Oh, sorry, sir. Our non-executive directors, please join us as well for a group picture. Thank you. All right, as you take pictures, please remember to tag us on social media, Texcellence Conference, and use the hashtag Texcellence 4.0. While the pictures are going on, we have awards to present. I'd like to ask that Mr. Wale Agbeyongi please wait behind to make the presentation of the awards. All our panelists, please wait behind as well. We have awards to present to you. May we please bring the award? Can all the panelists please wait behind? Please wait behind, sir. We have an award for you, all our panelists.
We have the first award to Mr. Ayotunde Koka. So if you may please stand in front so that we can make the presentation to Mr. Ayotunde Koka. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Our next presentation is to Mr. Ade Buraimo. The next award is to Mr. Ashraf Zaki. Thank you very much. The next is to Mr. Bolaho Joshua. We have to Mr. Radoslav Dimitrov. Thank you. And if we may please ask all 5 of you to stand with your awards for one more group picture before we call it a wrap. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Awale Agbenyongi, for the presentation. Thank you. If all panelists may please stand with their awards, we want to take a group picture of you as well. And for the rest of the audience, we have a quick break so we can have our first meal. We still have more coming for you. It's going to be a really short break. We have the restroom to the right as well as to the left, so please head over. There's breakfast happening over there, but we want it to be as quick as possible. Our next panel session is going to be looking at Africa by Design, leading the next wave of global innovation. And then we also have one more talking about Africa without borders, building African companies with global footprints and sustainable growth models. We still have Dr. Joe Abba with us, who would also speak to us. He's the country director of DAI, and we also have Olatayo Ladipo Ajayi, who will be speaking to us just as much as Mobolaji Adeoye. So please, we want to ask if you can give us just 10 to 15 minutes max. It's officially break time. Thank you. Leader in digital advertising and technology solutions. As regional partner director, he's responsible for strengthening partnerships, fostering innovation, and enabling businesses to thrive in the digital economy. Please join me as I welcome the remarkable Jesu Deton Onosonya, who is the regional lead Sub-Saharan Africa for LF Africa. Please put your hands together for him as he joins me on stage. Thank you. And our next panelist today is the co-founder and chief executive of Zoacell, an agriculture technology company dedicated to improving farmer productivity and sustainability through data science and digital modernization, a role that he has held for years now. And he's held this since 2017. He's dedicated to expanding Zoacell's reach and impact by promoting sustainability and inclusivity in agriculture. Please, a round of applause as I welcome the CEO of Zoacell, Jerry Oche. Thank you very much for being here. And we also have joining us the founding partner of Kickoff Africa. In the last few years, he has been focused on building global ecosystems that support innovators and entrepreneurs in different sectors, including finance, education, agriculture, logistics, media, entertainment, energy, consumer services, sports, and government. He has in that time led 2 of Africa's most successful accelerator programs in the past 10 years, Ventures Platform and Google for Startups Africa, formerly Google Launchpad. Please, a round of applause for founding partner Kickoff Africa, Mr. Fola Olatunji David. Thank you. And now we have with us the co-founder and COO of Semicolon, a company that is enabling Africa's digital transformation by building tech-focused talent and businesses. He coordinates Semicolon's delivery of innovative solutions related to education, talent management, digital advisory, implementation services, and venture building. He has 2 decades of experience in delivering impact-focused work in locations worldwide. And now this person, she started a career in management consulting with IBM Global Business Services. Please join me as I welcome the co-founder and COO of Semicolon, Ashley Emmanuel. A round of applause for her. And up next, we have the CEO and co-founder of Sunfi, an omni-channel platform unlocking Africa's clean energy economy by empowering solar installer sales agents with tools and infrastructure to transition end consumers to accessible and sustainable solar and clean energy solutions. With an extensive background in energy modeling, infrastructure finance, project development, and management, Rotimi has been instrumental in scaling Sunfi's impact, and the company has exceeded 7 megawatts of installed capacity, saving consumers over $2 million annually, and is impacting over 50,000 lives annually. Please, a round of applause for the co-founder and chief executive officer of Sunfi, Rotimi Thomas. Thank you for being here. And to moderate this very rich conversation, I'd like to welcome a visionary creative leader reimagining brand storytelling and innovation for Africa's next generation. He brings an artistic yet strategic perspective to every conversation, connecting creativity, culture, and commerce. Please welcome with me the founder of Fourth Canvas, Victor Fatami, our moderator for this panel. A round of applause for him as he joins us on the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for making it here. I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Thank you to these amazing panelists. Okay, so I'm going to start. We have time. Time is running out, really, with quick intros from each of us. And I'd like to learn what your favorite city or town in Africa is, non-Nigerian. So just a quick start. Your names, what you do, and your favorite African city or town. Yeah, Nigerian cities are not allowed.
Okay. I'm Jesu Data Onasanya. You can call me JD, Regional Partner Director for Aleph Group, representing TikTok across Sub-Saharan Africa. Favorite city will be Cape Town for sure.
Why?
I mean, you need to see it. The scenery is just really amazing, so that's why.
Okay, thank you. A round of applause for Jesu Data.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerry. So I lead the team at Zoacell. We're an ad-tech company. We operate here in Nigeria and across East Africa. My favorite city will be Arusha. Arusha is a city in Tanzania.
Can I guess that that's a lot of arable land, does it?
Yes, I think it's the combination of that and the weather, the people, just...
Okay, I see.
The camp city.
Okay, nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ashley Emanuel, CEO of Semicolon. We're building tech-focused talent and businesses in Africa. Favorite city outside of a very difficult competition, I think I'll choose Maputo. I've been there a couple of times when I was training for USAID some years ago. I love the ocean, and so the ocean, and then I like some of the downtown feel, and also some really lovely museums. Although it's the only city where I have trouble communicating because I don't speak Portuguese.
Nice, nice. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rotimi Thomas, and straight to it, by aspiration, my favorite city is Lagos. But
we said no Nigerian, but
in reality, I love Nairobi so far, yeah.
Why?
You know, you can just ride your bike, you can go to the forest, you can see grass. You know, Lagos is hard to find grass that you can just be in the park with and just be a human being. But I love Lagos, though.
You will like concrete.
Yes, exactly.
Nice. I wanted us to have that perspective, think outside our space, think outside Lagos, outside mainland, outside island, because this conversation is about Africa by design, and this is about the future. How can we own this? What does the future look like? What's our role in it? And I hope that we all leave this conversation with new perspectives, because our panelists will share from their perspectives of the work they're doing, what they see right ahead, and the roles we can play. And the way inspiration works is whatever sector you are listening from, some of these ideas might spark something. Sometimes, even though it's unrelated, it might spark something, make you think about something differently. So I'd like to start with Jerry. Good afternoon again. I'm curious what your work involves using technology as a way to increase inclusion and the productivity and how much value can be created for farmers and everyone involved. And if we were to zoom out and go to 2035, in 10 years' time, what do you think is the future of agriculture globally? What does it look like? Again, like Bill Gates wrote in his book, when he tried to predict the future, we would never really know for sure. But like, what does it look like from your perspective?
Yes, so that's very interesting, actually. So I think let's look at the present now, and then we can now predict what the future holds. So I think at the moment for us at Zoasel, so we use a number of technologies from AI to IoTs and lots of other technologies. But what's interesting now is adaptation. So what we have today, which is a major problem across the continent, is that the people we are building for are not using these technologies. Right? Mainly because what we have here, we have smallholder farmers, right? We don't have big farmers. We don't have commercial farms, right? Particularly in Nigeria, we have very small smallholders, right? So what we end up doing is having maybe their cooperative of having individuals who use it on their behalf, who are able to put them in, then use it, and maybe get them to to benefit from it, but not them using it. But what we want is to have them to use these systems themselves for them to explore and improve their yield. So for example, what we do, we help farmers, so we use AI, data science, help farmers improve their yield, right? So we're able to tell what will grow here and what will not grow. So typically farmers across the continent and in Nigeria actually just plant what their great-grandfathers have been planting without having any knowledge or any science behind what grows and what doesn't grow, right? So, but if you want the farmer to do that now, you're going to have a problem because he or she cannot afford to use that, right? Use the technology, or even if they can, they won't have that patience and that clarity or purpose to understand why they need to use it and all of that. So, in the future, what we want to see is to see how the actor guys are able to provide kind of a knowledge, able to develop the economy, or able to develop solutions that local people are able to adapt into local languages, right? We've seen a lot of models right now where local languages are now used. So maybe that will help our people to become a little bit illiterate in their own local languages, not Western illiteracy now, right? So in their local language, where they're able to adapt those technologies, able to make sense of those systems and adapt them themselves and use them themselves to improve their yield. They can predict their weather, for example. They can even look at their markets and all of that. So I think that's the major challenge. So in the future, what we would like to see, and I'm sure I'm speaking for a lot of my other colleagues in the industry, is to see where smallholder farmers are able to use technology to do everything they need to do, and not having maybe someone else use it from them, or someone just sit down and tell them what to do. I think that would be the major feature. In the future, we also want to see how, if you ask me, for example, one of the major things is also the size of farm. How farmers are able to see it as commercial, is like a business, not like a non-profit, like a business, where they're able to look at it and use technology to understand that I can actually look at increase my farm because of the market. I can understand what the market is looking for. I can actually look at, I can get data and predict what will happen, right? In terms of the population growth, in terms of the demand for a certain commodity, in terms of what will happen in terms of weather and all of that, and now the timing, what crop I need to plant to look at, to bridge the gap.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Considering, Rotimi, before I ask you for your picture of the future, that rural penetration is also critical to what you do, right? I'm wondering if you have any similar experiences to adoption or understanding of the technology in your work. Then you could then follow that up with your picture of the future.
Okay. Yeah, so let me just clarify what we do at SunFi. It's short for Sun Finance. So as the name implies, we're trying to make solar energy and derivatives of that, so e-mobility and essentially clean technology in general, accessible to every single Nigerian and then to every single African on the continent. And the way we do that is by building an end-to-end platform that allows a customer like you now, if you want to say you want to get off generator or petrol generator or diesel generator, is voila. Where do you start? Which installer? Who do you find? Can you put it on my roof? How do I finance it? It's a nightmare. So for Sunfi, we will give you an end-to-end orchestration of that entire nightmare and just simplify it. And then for entrepreneurs that are looking to find you and serve you, they can either start their own clean energy business on our platform, getting training on installation, sales, financing, logistics support, literally everything they need to start and expand their business on their platform, and then we connect those two things. And then the second thing we're also doing is we're building commercial parks, developing hundreds of them across the country. We're just going to start a pilot one this quarter. That will be 100% powered by renewables and the grid, no diesel generator. If there's diesel generator, it'd be backup to the backup to the backup. But this will be the first time that's ever been done in Nigeria. So we're reimagining existing infrastructure as it stands today, where there's already building infrastructure, but we're regenerating the communities with clean energy and long, stable priced electricity at the heart of those communities. Then we are inviting commercials into those parks. So data centers, supermarkets, electronic vehicle fleet owners, battery swap station owners, inviting those types of productive use commercials in to say, now you can come in. Electricity is not an afterthought, it is the forethought of the community. So there are two major things that we do. A lot of the situation as it is right now is, financing is one of the, we were talking about that earlier on. It's just such a major barrier. If in developed countries you need billions of dollars to make clean tech available to the citizens, to commercials, to utilities, etc., how much more important is it in a lower middle income country, right, to make these technologies that are capex intensive accessible? So I know the banks are doing their best, development finance institutions, but we just need a lot more. It's going to take billions of dollars to transition all the customers, tens of millions of people that are using diesel and petrol generators away from that onto clean tech. But I think that even more important than that is the workforce. There's millions of young men and women right now that are about to graduate. They have no jobs, nothing to step into. And our aspiration is that the minute they graduate, becoming a clean tech entrepreneur can be an amazing career choice, that they can say, you know what, I've heard I can start a solar or e-mobility business in my community, and all I need to go and do is meet this entity, and everything that I need to do end to end to serve and be a local champion, I can get it from there. So our vision of the future, therefore, is one in which every household, every small, medium, informal, and formal business in Nigeria gets off generator. It's the grid and solar and energy storage working together to make the most energetic people in the world become the most energized populace in the world, doing amazing things. And we will make that happen. Even if it's not us, somehow it's going to happen. It needs to happen for our country.
That's beautiful. A round of applause for our panelists so far. In case you guys didn't pick it, it's Sunfi, not Sunfi. Yeah, I needed to add that, because as a brand consultant myself, I care as much as you do. You mentioned workforce towards the end of what you shared, and I was curious that Ashley has a lot to say about that, the future of workforce. First, in the way you already think about it at Semicolon, but also in the ways they have, in terms of like the kind of things they're trying to do, for example, where does the workforce come in?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. And vision-wise, and I love to start there, our vision is that Africa will be home to a talented, thriving technology community. And we started Semicolon partly because we saw companies, from startups to large corporates, were suffering because of a lack of tech talent locally. But also, we started the company to address youth unemployment because of just what Rotimi described, right? We have so many unemployed, underemployed people ready and willing to work hard, looking for that right opportunity pathway. So our vision is, we know by 2040, half of the world's working age population will be in Africa. And so we not only have a lot of people who need employment, but that number is going to be growing. So if the workforce of the future is here, we feel very strongly now is the time to invest in building it. Historically, we've really underinvested in human capital in Nigeria, across Africa, but especially in Nigeria. So now is the time to be more strategic, I think more collaborative, and really prioritize investment in human capital and building that future workforce that we need.
Thank you so much for that, Ashley. Jesu Dayton, as our panelists have spoken about different solutions coming from different perspectives. Now, from the perspective of, would I call it new age marketing and penetrating and reaching different audiences, what's going through your mind as you're hearing some of these really ambitious but important projects? So the future of marketing from your perspective, as well as in relation to some of these solutions.
Thank you so much. What I'm about to share is from my own personal introspection, being exposed to all of these platforms, both TikTok currently, but obviously Meta, Snapchat, think of it. But let's maybe take a step back and look at the past, right? Where are we coming from? Just look at the evolution of digital. There are 4 distinct eras that digital has gone through. The first is the age of context. So this was essentially your blogs, your online newspapers, even physical print newspapers. You know, there was a time when that was prevalent. I typically don't see this around it. I don't know if they still exist. But essentially, that was more about what the publisher wants people to see, right? What the publisher wants people to see, right? So the publisher controls the information, controls the narrative, and that becomes essentially an engine for propaganda, essentially. We quickly moved, following the internet boom, to the age of what? Age of knowledge. This was driven by the likes of Google with Google Search, where you could actually look for information that you really cared about. You could deep dive, you could research, and things like that. Then Mark and the team came up with Facebook, where it was the age of social. So this was very different because it was based on who you're connected to. The social networks, your friends, family, celebrity, and things like that. Where we are today is the age of content, right? The age of content is being driven beautifully by TikTok, right? In the sense that you don't need to be connected to a single entity, right, to start to see very curated content for you, right? And what this does is it allows, so much signal liquidity so that basically when you're running ads and marketing, you're getting, products and services that are, curated for you. You see what I mean? So you're just going beyond, your sex, your state, your device type, and things like that in terms of targeting. But you're basically, getting based on your preference. And this is not just, there are multiple layers of data that's being collected by the platforms to actually see that you're an high-intent targeted user, for example, to deliver exactly the product that, the platform believes that you need. Where I think we're going 10 years from now, and maybe even sooner, and this is my own personal, thinking, right, is sort of a merge of the age of social and the age of content. So it's taking your social graph and your content graph together and, becoming a very powerful force in this sense. And I'll give an example. So imagine, for example, you have a partner and they ask you typically when you get back from work, how was your day, right? And usually everyone becomes a storyteller. You start to say, oh, I went here, oh, this person did this and all of that. Now think about the evolution of wearable technology, where you could actually share your day by just sharing it with them because you actually captured everything. You see what I mean? Through whether it's your Meta glasses or things like that. And essentially what that does is they could maybe take a 30-second clip of how your day actually went. It's a really immersive, interactive version of your day. What that does is it allows you to share more personalized content, right? In a private feed, of course. If you want to do it public, because we want to share maybe personal content publicly, that's fine. But because you're sharing more personalized content, there's a lot of signals that you're giving to the platforms, right? So all of a sudden, you're getting an ad that actually solves your problem, rather than an ad that is just, off. There's sometimes you're like, why am I seeing this kind of ad? This doesn't make any sense to me, right? And essentially what that does as well in terms of marketing is, if you look at today now globally, there is no industry where you're getting, more than 10% conversion rates. So when you spend $1 million, for example, on marketing, you will get less than 10% conversion rate. So it means that 90% is actually being wasted. You see, but a lot of businesses are, churning out money, but getting, they're okay with this. This is not okay. Now, with this new technology and this sort of social and content graph modulation, what you see is that you start getting higher conversion rates. Efficiency will become the name of the game. You're no longer wasting money running ads. For example, small businesses. When I speak to small businesses, they tell me, please, if I spend $50, if I spend 50,000 on my ad, how much am I going to make? Can you guarantee me that I'm going to get these kind of results? This kind of technology will allow you to get high conversion rates as high as 80%, 90%. This, for me, is the future, both content-wise and also in marketing.
Wow. Thank you. You spoke about a $10 million budget now. So let's assume that each of Rotimi, Ashley, and Jerry have $10 million each to advance their missions. How would you advise? What's one tip, quickly? How should they spend that? Put everything on TikTok?
Of course not. Do not put everything on TikTok. I wouldn't advise that. I think it depends on your category. It depends on your industry, right? And I think just to share with you what I see happening, for example, in Nigeria and other parts of Africa as well, most businesses in Nigeria are focused on performance. They're very focused on unit economics. They're focused on bottom line, right? They want to make sure that what they're doing is cost, efficient, effective, and things like that. And that's very good because you can scale. Because it works, you scale. It doesn't work, you dump it. You see what I mean? And this is good. But also in Kenya, for example, they're more brand builders, right? Because in Nigeria is a very price-sensitive market. If people find a cheaper product, they move. We're very unloyal. But in Kenya, for example, they're very loyal. And there's a story of Bolt and Uber I don't want to get into because of time. But essentially, they are focused on brand building. And the downside of that is because they're not focused on performance and more on brand building, although they get loyal customers, they're not really concerned about unit economics, right? So that's always the CFO's headache, right? What I think needs to happen, right, and also for everyone here, is when you get some amount of money, whether you're raising or anything like that, you've got to merge both together, right? You've got to do what I call brand formance, right? Focus on your unit economics for sure, but also build brand. Do a lot of brand building so you can, because one of the issues in Nigeria is you struggle with churn. So you get a lot of users. You see them post on LinkedIn. We've got like 1 million users. But ask them how many users they have 6 months later. Now it's 800,000. It keeps declining. You have to do both so that you keep stickiness, you keep getting those retention and all of that. That's what I advise.
Okay. So in summary, you bring 50% of it to Fort Canvas. You send the remaining to TikTok. Nice. Rotimi, how is it going in terms of like gaining adoption for what you're trying to do? Both from, you already spoke about how it would, even in developed countries, billions of dollars is going to these same intentions. How is it going in Africa? And what do you think can change about that, both on the consumer side as well as on the investor side? Yeah.
It's a good question. I think before fuel subsidy removal, that infamous day, it was painful for the country, but obviously it was going to happen at some point in time. Maybe the way it happened was interesting. But I think that was a watershed moment for the electrification industry in Nigeria, because since most of us have been alive, there's always been, well, at least some of us have been alive on this panel, at least, there's been this hidden cost of consumption. People are getting subsidized fuel. We're getting subsidized electricity. We're still getting subsidized. If I tell you what the proper cost of a fully electrified Nigeria will be, most of you will run out of this room, so I won't say that, right? The truth is, we have not been paying the right price, but we've also not been getting a great service, right? So the future that we are trying to build is one in which you pay the right price, and I'm sorry to say that's going to take some getting used to for most of us in Nigeria. We're always trying to price everything like tomatoes, right? But we want to see a future in which you pay the right price and you get an amazing service. And that agentic age, not just with AI, but with regards to infrastructure, decentralized infrastructure services. From the rider that's delivering your food, that they were powering it using fuel before. In the next few years, all of those bikes are going to be electrified. The data centers, they were spoken about earlier on, they are in other countries, but there's going to be localized data centers. How are we going to power those data centers? And so the shift that has happened right now with the removal of those subsidies is that an externalized cost is now being internalized by every household, every business, every agency, and we're seeing a mass adoption of customers saying, I need to get off my generator. The grid, unfortunately, has not met the moment. And so there's a lot of their customers that they will just simply never get to. And those customers are going to be completely off grid. So I think that we're just at the start of a once-in-a-generation lifetime transition to what will become the highest per capita adoption of clean energy in the world. So that's where I think we are. We're still literally at the infancy of that adoption. We're behind Pakistan. Pakistan has the highest rooftop solar penetration in the world per capita. But if you follow our demographics, we're going to exceed that and become the clean energy capital of the world, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we should. Still on infancy, right? Jerry, what you said about the adoption of these technologies. As you think about this challenge, are you currently focused on gaining more of that adoption or exporting what you are building to other countries? Like, what's the vision for your organization? And I want you to answer that by also answering what should be, we can't really say what should be, but how do you think entrepreneurs should think about growth? Should we be thinking about sufficiently serving Africa with everything we're doing? Or should we be trying to export companies to the world the same way global companies bring their products to us and we're consuming the world?
Thank you very much. Let me start with the last one. So I think for me, I would say when you are building, you build for the world, or you build for Africa. Now you start small and think that, because the idea is that what we see today is that actually, when we started, we focused mainly on building what we're building for Nigeria. Even Nigeria, focused on some regions, but gradually we begin to see people from Cameroon, from Benin, Togo, actually reaching out to us about our solutions. And we wonder, we're not building this for you, right? So that gave us an idea that, okay, so actually what we are building could be used by anybody around the world. So my advice to entrepreneurs is actually build for the world, but focus your market. So there's what we call one company, one product, one market, one revenue model. So you need to start with that principle. Then as you grow, you begin to add new markets, new opportunities. But it's important to have the idea that as simple as selecting a country, can be available in your product from day one. I can tell, right? The problem is, some of the problems we're trying to solve here are also universal problems, right? So that is that. And I think in terms of what you talk about the future, I think is in our space, for example, you at the moment you have to build, you have to solve the current problem and hoping that, rather, while you are building, you are driving adaptation. At the same time, you're also looking at the immediate solution of having third party who use that solution to provide that solution to farmers, right? Which we call them maybe merchants or agents, right? But in the future, what we'll see what will happen is, if we want that to change, then there have to be some mix of innovation from ourselves and also some policy change. So, for example, if you look at Eastern European countries who actually transformed to first world countries, what they did was to change policy in terms of even land size, right? To say, for example, for you to be a farmer, you must have a minimum of XYZ number of hectares, right? So that automatically, it's like what we did in Nigeria with the banks, merger and acquisition. So if you do that kind of policy where you have, for you to say you're a farmer, you have to come as a group and have one land, not cooperative having smaller pieces of land, but having one pieces of massive land like become one as a farm, right? So that will aid adaptation very quickly. Because at that point, you can't move around the farm just guessing. You need to use solutions or technologies to improve what you're doing. So I think that's something very important. Then we also need to see mass literacy, training about business model, maybe business schools in local languages. People are able to turn around and get some learnings in their local dialect and all of that. That would be able to understand agriculture is business, right? The way we see big entrepreneurs in the city, we should see farmers like we see in the US, we see big farms, we should see farmers also learning farming business, still as a business, not just as an opportunistic event or hobby, just because I'm in the village or just because I need to feed my family. Yeah.
Wow, that's profound. You already answered what was going to be my final question for you, which is, what do you think is the most important thing that we should do from your perspective? And I think you've spoken about policy and then education. Right. Thank you very much. Round of applause for Mr. Jerry. The clock says I have 51 seconds to go, 48, 47. That's not true. I was given 40 minutes, please, but we will try to round up already. Ashley, he ended with education. What is the most important thing for us to do if we're going to be intentional about building the future of Africa?
Invest in human capital.
Human capital.
Yeah, we've neglected it. We have to deeply invest in human capital. It's going to be farmers, it's going to be clean tech innovators and technicians and so forth. Maybe content creators, right? But we need to create the people, even if we're using increasingly technology and tools and so forth, at least in the near few decades, we're going to have humans still innovating, making decisions, building human-centric solutions, so forth. We need the people who are able to do that, both in order to drive that market-creating innovation, prosperity, those global solutions, and to avoid some crises that might come alongside having a burgeoning unemployed population with no future. So I think that comes at all levels. At government level, budget-wise, we've underinvested in human capital compared to other countries in Nigeria, so I think that could be reevaluated. But government-owned budget can still only go so far, even if they tweak some numbers. I think that we also need to really collaborate and innovate around how do we, as industry and across other partners in this room, inclusive of, how do we collectively innovate around financing and building that human capital we all require. I'm still seeing too much disconnect between institutions. Every employer complains that they don't have talent. Some of them might run their own graduate trainee program or sponsor a few scholarships. All the companies doing their own programs, small programs on the side in silos, are not going to solve that problem. So we're going to need to think much more collectively, move away from that scarcity mindset of how do I keep my people from leaving to abundance mindset of how do we collectively build that talent pool that we require.
Just before you drop the mic, final question for you. Everyone is listening here, builders of the future. How should we use AI in terms of this education? Because the education can come from existing educational platforms and it can come from individuals who already have access to technology. What's your advice for AI in self-education in that sense?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, and you spoke to this a bit in the context of farming, I think that AI can be a tool. Any solution should still be human-centric. So we want to be learner-centric in our design of solutions. AI gives us some more tools to do that, and local language, right? Delivery is a good example. Access to quality virtual tutors or interactive new methods of instruction, dissemination, and so forth. So AI can really enable the delivery of learning if we build the right structures around doing so.
Nice. A round of applause for Ashley. Final words from Jesu Data and Rotimi before she grabs my mic.
Well, I mean, final words is I'm looking forward to a future in Africa that is designed by Africans for Africa. That's my final words.
Thank you. A round of applause for Jesu Data for his insights.
Yeah, the future is bright, the future is clean, and yeah, let's build it together.
Nice. We made it.
You did.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your insight. I hope we learned something.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. A round of applause for the panelists once again. Yeah.
Thank you very much, our panelists. May I please ask that you stand for a group picture. And to present the awards to them, I would like to welcome one of our non-executive directors, Mrs. Taba Peterside, to make the award presentations. But please rise for a group picture. If our group CEO is here, I would like to also welcome him if he's within the hall for a group picture with the panelists as well as our non-executive directors for a group picture with the panelists.
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. Got my head.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. We have the awards to present to you. Mrs. Taba Peterside will present the awards to our panelists. First on the list is Jesu Deton. Jesu Deton, please step forward. I'll call your names and then we'll present the awards. Thank you very much. And the next award will be presented to Jerry Oche. And the next award will be presented to Ashley Emmanuel. And the final award will be presented to Rotimi Thomas. Anybody, please ask. Oh, do we have everyone here for a group picture with the awards? Please, everyone in panel 2 with your award wants to have a group picture with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And just to mention again, we have one more power panel session. And this time around, that will be talking about Africa without borders, building African companies with global footprints and sustainable growth models. But before we get into that, thank you very much, Mrs. Taba Peterside, for the award presentation. A round of applause once again for our panelists. But we have a short address, and this time around we're looking at markets, creating innovation, building prosperity from the ground up, leveraging technology. And our next speaker is the founder and managing partner of Consonance Capital, an Africa-focused investment firm supporting high-growth businesses, driving innovation across key sectors with over 20 years of experience in investment management, private equity, and strategy. He has a proven track record of identifying and scaling impactful companies. Before establishing Consonance Capital, he held senior roles in investment banking and private equity, leading transactions in tech, financial services, healthcare, and consumer markets. Please, a round of applause as I welcome the founder and managing partner of Consonance Capital, Mobolaji Adeoye. Oh, he's right behind. Please, a round of applause for him.
Yeah, okay. Hello. All right, good afternoon, Lagos. How is everyone doing? First, I just want to say thank you to the CWG team. Mr. Deikwo, this is a fantastic platform. I was here about 2 years ago, and I remember my speech was around biomimicry, because I have a belief that biology is actually one of the key areas where Nigeria can actually gain a significant competitive advantage. But today, the talk is going to be about market creating innovation. Just by show of hands, come on guys, by show of hands, if you believe that Nigeria is going to be one of the top 10 economies in 30 years or less, by a show of hand, can you raise your hand? All right, fantastic. This is great. Means that I'm in the right room. Anyway, so let's get started. I think I may want to use the. All right, thank you. So I'm a big believer that prosperity is designed, right? And so is poverty. Why does prosperity matter in Nigeria? I'm sure we all know the data, 238 million, adding maybe 4 to 6 million people every year. About half are in poverty rate, measured by, the $2 a day. About half also are formally financially included, and we have greater than 60% below 25. Now, this represents latent demand and also a demographic dividend if we design for prosperity and we create the right jobs. So today, we all know, these are all the things that we all experience. So I'm just putting them in great slides. We know for a fact that we import a lot of our food, right? So that's a major leakage. Second, we are too dependent still on generator diesel. We spend about 17 billion on generator, right? Which is, about 4 to 5 times higher than grid tariffs. The third area where we leak value is around finished goods. Before the Dangote refinery, about 80% of our refined petroleum were imported. And fourth, which is probably one of the most important, is around brain drain. Right, I think Ashley mentioned the importance of human capital. If we don't build the right infrastructure, some of our talents will leave. At the moment, we have I think it's a $20 billion in remittance. That $20 billion potentially could represent value that is created here. So, thinking about design, so let's kind of think about what are the targets that we need to actually meet to enable mass market prosperity, right? So in terms of goods, today, if you're moving goods from Lagos to Kano, it could cost you, 30-ton truck. It could cost you about between 600,000 to about 1.5 million naira, right? Sometimes the cost of logistics, right, actually increase the retail listed price by about 30 to 50%, right? So one of the target, can you imagine if we reduce the cost of moving goods by about 30 to 50%, and the amount of savings that will flow back into the economy? In terms of ports, Goods dwell in the ports today for about 20 days average. Can we imagine if we reduce this to about 7 days and the amount of value that will generate? Energy, as the Sunfire CEO mentioned today, massive reliance on generator. Can you imagine if we can get power, to today, we average about 7 hours. Can we imagine if we get to about 18 hours, through a combination of grid and also decentralized solar? In terms of data, our data cost is fairly cheap, but relative to our purchasing power, it's expensive. Also, the speed is low. So can we imagine if we get that speed to about 50 from 19? Then trust, which is also one that I think is extremely important. This has to do with our legal environment, right? The cost today of enforcing a contract can be as high as 400 days. Can you imagine the amount of value and lowering time spent if we can bring it down to about 200 days or even 90 days? Then finally, the cost of borrowing. I mean, today, MPR is about 27%. If you want to borrow today, right, you have to pay maybe about 30%. And structurally, if a business is not earning 30% or more, that business cannot afford to lend. So can you imagine if we bring down the cost of lending to about 15%? These are the design metrics that we require to actually unlock mass market prosperity. Is it possible? I believe so, but it's going to take a lot of work and political will. All right, so one of the things that one of the things that I've always thought about is, how do we even think about prosperity? What is prosperity at the end of the day? I mean, we all crave for prosperity, but what is that? One of the books I'm sure that everyone is familiar with is The Prosperity Paradox by Efosa Ojomo. And, and in it talks about non-consumption. But one of the things that I've actually discovered is that this framework about prosperity is quite fundamental, and I came across a speech by a gentleman called Edward Atkinson 135 years ago, where he defined what prosperity means, and I'm a big believer in frameworks, because what framework does is that it allows a large group to move together in unison, which is very, very important for planning. So what did he say? What did he talk about when he talked about prosperity? What is prosperity? Simply, he said prosperity has 4 elements. The first one is ample production with continuous improvement, sustained by quick and equitable distribution. So if you don't produce, if you have a lot of friction producing, and you have a lot of friction distributing the value that you produce, you won't have prosperity. The second is that it said fractions matter. It mattered 135 years ago, it mattered today. And what does it mean? It said if we can just target to decrease the cost of moving goods by about 1 to 5% every year at scale, that will represent millions in savings, and that matters. Then the third is head and hand. This again goes back to human capital. And the point that he was making here is that we need technical education that produces people who can design and operate modern systems. You know, there's a saying that says knowledge gained but not applied is wasted knowledge. So that head and hand is very, very important. And finally, it talked about constructive rules and taxation. And what is constructive rules and taxation? It basically just means that just a simple shorthand. If someone comes to you and tells you that they want to propose a policy, ask yourself, is that policy reducing the cost of moving goods? Is it reducing the cost of trust? Is it reducing the cost of energy, right? And if they are not, if that policy is not, think very well about such policy. So I'll just quickly go through the first bucket, which is production and distribution as the critical elements of prosperity. So what are the symptoms of underproduction? I'll quickly go through it because I feel like we all know some of this. The symptoms are GDP per hour worked. It's very low in Nigeria, you know, far below about $10 to $12 in sub-Saharan Africa, $20 in emerging markets, and 60 to 80 in mature markets. I mean, again, I think this is just an issue of design and an issue of tooling, proper tooling. Underemployment is still at 36%. Gross fixed capital formation, which just tells you, are we reinvesting, right, into all those items that allow for prosperity? So road, land, human capital, and ours is about 13%, right, which is below SSA and mature economies. So we have some work to do to shift those critical transformation levers. Again, all it takes design. Okay, so the second part of that production is distribution. When you do produce the goods, how do you ensure that you equitably and quickly distribute it? So there are really three levers of distribution, right? The first two are together, the cost of moving those goods and services. You know, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes freight costs inflate retail prices by about 30 to 50%. Reducing that by fractions every year goes a very long way. Second, you know, I'll to number three. Number three is, it's not only the goods and services that you have to distribute, you also have to distribute the wealth that is being created, right? So, and there are two ways. One is through taxes, right? Our tax to GDP ratio, 10 to 13.5%. I think the president said 13.5%, but it's still slightly low than other emerging market comparable. Then the fourth is ownership distribution, you know, which I see that CWG has actually done by listing the company. That's one of the critical areas of distribution, you know, so you produce ample production with continuous improvement, then you sustain it by distributing the value. And that's distribution of the goods produced, but also distribution of the wealth that you've created. Sorry. Sorry, just 1 second. All right, so how do we achieve all what I've said in terms of plugging these gaps? You know, the way we achieve it is through market creating innovation. I'm sure, you know, some of us have heard about that term, but I'll just redefine the term now, right? The first one is that market creating innovation allows you to make the basics cheap and accessible. That's number one. Number two, you target non-consumers today, right? So it's not about necessarily targeting existing consumers, but actually looking for people who are not participating in the current market to participate in it. The third is you have to build the missing links. You can't really wait for government to build it. You have to build it yourself. Then the result of that, more jobs, larger tax base, and more exports. One second. All right. So this is one of my favorite pages, actually. So who are these market creation innovators? And how and what do they do? In our view, we've defined the hero archetype called the integrator. And what the integrator does is that they are an economic architect who sees bottleneck, but they see those bottlenecks as opportunities, right? They don't wait for someone to build the missing infrastructure. They coordinate resources and build it. So what do? They identify the bottleneck and ensure a market is present. They own it and fix it. Then they coordinate the value chain end to end. And finally, they deliver value. So here are some of the famous integrators. When we scored them, not all of them scored 100 because some have created jobs, lowered the unit cost of goods, but some of them haven't listed their companies, right? So we have Mrs. Funke Okpeke of Main One. She integrated subsea cable, data centers, so digital infrastructure. We all know Mr. Dangote, who is doing it the second time now. Dangote Cement and now Dangote Refinery. That's Aresh Aswani of Toleram. Henry Ford Motors, Michelle Elegbe of InterSwitch, John Rockefeller, Carnegie, Shibushawa of Japan, IKEA, so that's furniture, MTN, Mr. Lohia of Indorama, and finally, Mr. Pierre Vanderbeek of Okomu and Presco. There are a lot more integrators, but these are the ones that we just wanted to highlight. So this just basically talks about what they do and what that flywheel is. They identify, they fix and own, coordinate the chain, drive unit costs down, and distribute broadly. So this is so we just wanted to take you through a quick case study of market creating innovation. And again, right, these integrators are very, very important because one of the issues that we have today in Nigeria are just broken value chains, a lot of fragmentation. And when you have that kind of environment, it's very difficult to scale efficiently because the price of the cost of coordination becomes very expensive, right? So that's the reason why these innovators, these integrators are very, very important. I think a few days ago, I saw President Obasanjo tell a story about how he called Mr. Dangote, to help, with the cement value chain. Now, no one is saying it's perfect by any means, but, I believe that from what, Mr. Dangote has done in cement and now refinery. There's a lot that we can learn from that and make that role of integrators better. And we have a scoring mechanism for that. So with the Dangote refinery, the bottleneck was the fact that we import refined petroleum products. Even though we're a major crude exporter, that just didn't make any sense. So Dangote, an integrator, saw that bottleneck and went to work. And the result of that is that we're going to have 650 barrels per day, 19 billion in investments, 100,000 jobs created. I'm going to run through this. Just one sec. I'm going to run through it because so Indomie is another one. That is an integrator. I mean, everybody, I'm sure, is aware of Indomie noodles. I mean, the first bottleneck for them was they built the frontage, which was sales and distribution. Then once they fixed that, drop the unit cost of doing that, they now decided to set up a local manufacturing plant. Ethiopia did the same thing. But to empower integrators, there has to be a standard, because it's such a powerful economic model and an economic tool. So there has to be a stewardship standard for integrators. And these are what we came up with. They build public goods when they are missing. They have to operate with full transparency. They have to take a long-term view. They have to eliminate rent extraction. And one of the most important things is they have to list when they get to a certain scale. And why is listing very important? Listing is important because it completes the circle of prosperity, right? So once you create that value, you allow the public to participate in the value that you've created, right? And those people will now have more money to put in the banks, right? And more money to deposit with investment managers, and they now use that money to reinvest in other integrators. So that listing piece is very, very important. If you don't list, or you don't reduce unit cost, or you don't increase wages, you're not really building a market. You are building a toll booth. Almost done. All right, so I will wrap up here. So this is just a takeaway for investors, policymakers, and entrepreneurs. So for our view, imagine if we have 1,000 integrators. Imagine if we ask all administration, how many integrators did you create? But it only works if we hold the integrators to that steward standard. So for investors, back integrators, right? But ensure that they have FRAND commitments. FRAND commitments is that they basically make a promise that they are not going to be a toll booth, right? They're not going to become a monopoly and try to exclude others, right? That's very, very important. For policymakers, right, our view is you should apply a ruthless filter. Does this policy reduce the cost of moving goods, energy, data, or trust? And if it doesn't do that, think very well about why you're supporting that policy, right? So, and for entrepreneurs, I mean, again, we can't necessarily wait for government, even though that part of social capital with government is very important. Regulations are very, very important. But identify the bottlenecks, and when you start fixing that bottleneck, you can now bring government in, right? But identify the bottlenecks, but make sure there's a market in that bottleneck, right? Then build capacity, coordinate value chains, design distribution, and plan for public listing when you scale. So this is the scoring mechanism that we've developed for integrators. Again, because it's such a powerful tool, it's important that integrators have a stewardship policy, right? Because of the monopoly fear. But we do need integrators, to make cost of basic goods much cheaper. All right, so I'll end with this. We call it the toll booth test. If the public can't access the upside, if prices don't fall for consumers, wages don't rise for workers, ownership stays closed to participation, you are operating a toll booth, right? Integration creates value, gatekeeping extracts it, so choose wisely. Again, as I mentioned, there's a lot of integrators, none of them are perfect yet, but we can always work and encourage them to that perfection, and make sure that they do list and make sure that they're actually making unit cost much cheaper. So that's the framework that we've put together for prosperity. We're not saying it's going to be easy, but we believe that the more we share this framework, the more as many people as possible we contribute to it, the more we learn from policymakers as well, and the more we all start sort of singing the same tune. We have to bring down the cost of production, and we have to bring down the cost of distribution. And when we have an integrator that is integrating the value chain, like Indorama, Dangote Refinery, let's encourage them, but let's also hold them to a very high standard. That unit cost must go down, that wages must rise, and that they must list their businesses at scale so that the cycle of prosperity is completed. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for that. May I please welcome the COO of CWG to please make the award presentation. A round of applause for Mr. Afolabi Shobande as he comes to make the award presentation. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate this, and I'm hoping that people who have questions, unfortunately we can't take questions, so we're hoping that people who have questions will be able to interact with you when we're done. But please, if you may come center stage. Thank you. While the award presentation is going on, we have a presentation about communication innovations of the future, and this will be done by the Regional Manager West Africa at InfoBeep. He's a global leader in omni-channel communications. He oversees operations, market growth, and strategic partnerships across the region, helping businesses enhance customer engagement through intelligent communication solutions. Please, a round of applause as I welcome Mr. Olatayo Ladipo Ajayi, Regional Manager West Africa at InfoBeep, who will be represented today by Isaac Akomi, Customer Growth Manager at InfoBeep. A round of applause for him. Thank you.
That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'd like to thank the organizers, CWG Plc, and of course my colleagues from InfoBeep. Thank you very much. Whenever I get the opportunity to speak like this, I like to get a feel of the room. So with a show of hands, how many people here have heard about InfoBeep before now? Okay, of course I expect everyone on that table because we're InfoBeep. All right, so second question now becomes, how many people in the last 3 months you've received a message from your bank or your airline or your service provider in the last 3 months? Anyone? You've received an SMS or a WhatsApp message, an email, a phone call from your service provider. Okay, and I'd like to say that chances are that that message was processed through InfoBip. Can I get my slides, please? Thank you, thank you. Can I get the slides up? All right, I'll keep speaking. And I did not share that to brag or to, feel good about, even though that feels good to say. The reason why I share that stat with you is because what we do at InfoBip is to digitize the world's communication landscape. We realize that nobody wakes up and tell me, is there any business here that part of your KPIs is to send 10 million messages? The KPIs you give your team is that you must send 1 million messages. Nobody, right? The end goal for everyone usually is to be able to engage with their customers. And in the past couple of years that we've been doing this for businesses, we realized that lots of people like to be contacted in different ways. Again, show of hands, how many people like when your service provider gives you a phone call? You like when your service provider calls you? Not so many people. How many people love when they receive birthday messages from their customers, from their service providers? You love it. All right, how many people do not care whether or not your service provider sends you a birthday message? A lot of people. You rather save the 6 naira, right? And so we've realized that it takes more than just sending a blast to your end users to communicate properly with them. We realize that communicating with your end users requires you to know exactly how they like to be communicated with, when they like to be communicated with, and on what platform they like to be communicated with. For context, on Black Friday 2023, we processed over 2.3 billion messages. That's billion with a B. This is a good time to put hands together for us, please. And for context, that's almost 44% of the world's total population. Again, I'm not bragging, it to make sense in a moment where I'm sharing this stat with you. Just to tell you that very clearly, when it comes to customer engagement, we have the data that backs it up. We have the examples that show you exactly how it's done. And we know exactly how to get your return on investment with customer engagement. I would really like if I get my slides on stage, please. Organizers, please. And so, why am I here today this afternoon? I would like to share what we've discovered to be an opportunity for everyone here to make the most of your customer engagement. Every brand here in some way, shape, or form, I believe that you engage with your customers. Is that correct? And I believe, especially for those in marketing, like I shared before, one of your key elements is that your message gets across to your customers. And so we see a lot of marketing businesses today, you have to do Instagram reels, you have to do lots of examples just to catch your customers' attention. And what we know as a differentiator is that if you are able to get the right strategy for communication, your message usually cuts across away from the noise. And what we realized is that there is a massive opportunity with what we call the fan economy, and I'll share what that means in a moment. Everyone that is in marketing knows that the first or the biggest task you have as a business is to get your customers' attention. Is that correct? Is that correct? So you try SMS, it doesn't work, you try emails, then every business now, when Otedola launched his book, or Mr. Femi Otedola, I beg your pardon, when he launched his book, I was surprised to see him dancing with his book. I mean, a billionaire dancing. But it has become the necessary thing to do to get attention. If you don't dance on TikTok, on social media, you need to, it's as good as you're not ready to sell. And so we realized that the fan economy is a very huge opportunity, and that's because for everyone that is a sports supporter today, they've lived a lifetime of supporting that team. Men in the house, is that correct? You support your football team, come rain, come shine, whatever happens. Arsenal fans are the most dedicated people on earth. They support through every single time, regardless of what your team does. And then we sat there and thought about it and said, if you already have your customers' attention in one angle, which is sports, why not monetize their attention there? And so what we did was, first, we partnered with a Formula One team called the Monogram Hearts Formula One team. We have a really good picture of that I was going to show you, but unfortunately the slides didn't come up. And instead of just putting our logo on the Formula One vehicle, what we did also on top of that is that we started creating fan engagement opportunities. So for every time there is a Formula One race, the end users who already would have attended the race in the first place We started giving them experiences on WhatsApp. So you can start having things like trivias or, who is the best racer in the world, and you get, you understand what I'm saying? You get bonuses on top of those kind of things. We can get you, free tickets to events and things like that. What we are doing, we are building an experience around what people already love. And I'm happy to announce to you that in December this year, we'll be having the African Cup of Nations. And next year, we're going to have the World Cup. This is estimated to attract over 6 billion viewers globally. The question is, as a brand, do you have any marketing initiative? Do you have any strategy in place to leverage these eyeballs? Yes or no, anyone? Maybe not so much. But we put to you that there is a massive opportunity with fan engagement. Lots of Nigerians already love their football teams. Regardless of what the Super Eagles does on the field, we are still going to support them. Amen. Right, so we see that there is a massive opportunity to be done, and so what we are sharing with you today is that we want to sit together with you, create an opportunity where, regardless of what industry you fall in, regardless of what business you do, there is a customer segment waiting for you. So imagine as a bank, you can tell your customers, okay, you support the Super Eagles, take a picture of yourself and do X, Y, Z, and then you get this, in return. What you've done is you've captured their attention, you've given them more incentive on what they already love, and then you can guarantee the return on investment. Is that a good thing to do? Very wonderful thing to do. Also, we see that, fans are very loyal people. Sport fans generally are very loyal people. And if you're able to monetize that experience, you're going to cut out from the noise. And finally, as I round up, I have 5 minutes to go. We have prepared a very interactive chatbot on WhatsApp for you to experience what this looks like, for you to see for yourself what fan engagement looks like. And we also put together a lot of materials to help you think outside the box, see what other businesses are doing, get all the materials you need, get all the information you need to be able to create this bespoke experience for your customers. Unfortunately, I could not show that on the screen, but what we're going to do, if you don't mind, please bring out your phones and go to www.infobip.com. I apologize, organizers, we're not supposed to plug in this, but because I didn't have my slides, please visit our website, www.infobip, that's INFOBIP. Are you doing that now? Are you doing that now? Are you doing that now? All right, infobip.com. You navigate to a place, we have a section called the Customer Maturity Index, CX Index. Please take your time to go through that form, fill it out, and then we'll be in touch with you. Again, what we are trying to achieve with you is simple. We know that no one wakes up and decides to send messages. We know that what you want to do as a business is to contact and reach your end users. And we found an opportunity in fan engagement in sports where we know that there are loyal supporters already, where all you have to do as a business is to plug your communication on top of that loyalty, and then you can get guaranteed return of investments. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your time. I really look forward to hearing from you, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have an award to present, so please, if you may remain on stage. All right, thank you very much to our CEO. Thank you very much to Infobip. We will visit your website. We already started visiting. All right. And now, I'd like to specially welcome an internationally recognized expert in governance, institutional reform, political economy, and change management. He served as Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms in Nigerian Presidency From 2013 to 2017, leading major governance initiatives. He has shared his expertise globally, including training Brazil's new government at Oxford University's School of Government in 2022 and delivering the keynote address at MIT Africa Innovate Conference in 2023. He's a visiting fellow of practice at Oxford University. Please, ladies and gentlemen, with a loud applause, join me as I welcome Dr. Joe Abba, OON, as he joins us for his lightning talk. Can we please make the applause louder?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first thank Mr. Adeyipo and the team from CWG for doing me the honor of inviting me. I'll start with a very short story. When I was awarded my PhD in the Netherlands, the Vice Chancellor, while giving me the degree, said, "You will never need to prove to anybody again that you're smart." And then I asked him, "Are you a married man?" And he said, "Yes, why?" And I said, "Because I have to prove to my wife every single day that I'm smart, because she keeps asking me, what were you thinking when you did this or that?" Actually been quite successful, just focusing on Africa first. But having said all of that, scalability remains an issue, and it remains an issue because of policy inconsistencies, sudden regulatory changes that catch people by surprise, and a government that is not friendly to the market. So you can imagine Dangote spending $20 billion on building a refinery, and then his regulator came in and said, "Oh, his petrol is of poor quality." How do you start to even scale beyond your border when your own regulator is undermining your efforts? Of course, there's skepticism by developed countries. Anything coming out of Nigeria, people will think, oh, there must be fraud or corruption around that. The issue of brain drain and shortage of talent has been addressed, and part of that is because we have an education system that is not geared to solving problems. And so my daughter finished top of her class at a so-called British school in Nigeria. When she went to do her A-levels in the UK, it took her 6 months just to get to the level where her peers were. She was the most knowledgeable, but was very poor in applying that knowledge. And it took 6 months for her to even get used to doing that. And that's why our second daughter, we made sure that she went much earlier to get used to this way of reasoning. Our universities, unfortunately, are not geared towards the market. They are not geared towards entrepreneurship. They are not geared towards problem solving. So I've been a visiting fellow of practice at Oxford University. 50% of all the venture capital funds in the UK goes to Oxford University alone. And every year they are spinning off 25 new companies that are innovating and making money. In Nigeria, I believe that ASU has just embarked on a strike. So what's the way forward? I think we need to recognize that a lot of the problems we try to solve are global challenges. And so if you focus on solving a problem, those problems, whether it's in health, education, or renewable energy, Nigeria or Africa are not the only people that have such problems. So you can actually scale beyond your borders. And there are very many examples of people that have done that. You need to dream big and have self-confidence in what you're doing. Change the narrative that Africa can actually change the world. We need to have financial responsibility. So you see a lot of startup founders. The first bit of investment they get, they buy a Range Rover. If you're ever looking for a problem in a car, I'll recommend a Range Rover. But that's the first thing that most startup founders buy. I see my sister hanging around. I'm just on the last few points. Build the home market first and then seek to scale. Use what is available to pursue what is desirable. Strategic partnerships are very, very important, both locally and internationally. You can partner with even your competitor. You don't have to view your competitor as an enemy. And you can also partner beyond borders. So earlier this year, my wife and I were in Los Angeles for a vacation. And we saw these driverless taxis called Waymo. And I said to her, oh, we should try one of these driverless taxis. And she said, no, I don't want to make it carry me go where I don't know. But Waymo is actually partnering with Move, a Nigerian company, which is helping with their payments. So you can see an example of where a Nigerian company is partnering with a global company. And of course, Flutterwave supports payments in more than 150 countries. Advocacy is important. Like I said, we need to continue to advocate to ensure that our government is more market-friendly. And we need to take the resilience for which we are known, because for African companies to have achieved what it's been able to achieve, despite all of the difficulties and challenges that I set out, underscores how resilient we are as a people. And we can take that resilience and scale it and become more relevant globally. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jiroba. If I may please ask that you sit as you are going to help us segue quite easily into the next session. Very interesting stories and experiences Dr. Jiroba has shared. When he talked about the driverless cars, I tried to imagine how that will function in Lagos. But that would be a great idea to help reduce road rage. Just to quickly share with you, we want to ask, we're going to show a QR code. We want you to please scan the QR code. Earlier, one of our partners had spoken to you about InfoBeep and the amazing work that they do. Some of their capacities and capabilities include omni-channel messaging for SMS, WhatsApp, RCS, push notifications, email and the like. So please want you to open your phone cameras, scan the QR code, visit their website, explore the amazing services that they have to offer, and tell them you're from Texcellence. Maybe you get a discount. Now we'll head to our final panel session for today, and this is, of course, expanding on the conversation that Dr. Jiroba has started to speak about. Africa without borders, building African companies with global footprints and sustainable growth models. Our next speaker is a dynamic C-suite finance professional recognized for his strategic acumen, operational excellence, and transformative leadership. As Executive Director, Finance and Chief Operating Officer at CWG Plc, he plays a critical role in shaping financial strategy and optimizing operations to drive sustainable business growth. Please, a round of applause as I welcome our own Chief Operating Officer here at CWG Plc. A round of applause for Mr. Afolabi Shobande as he joins us on stage. Thank you. Our next panelist is CEO and co-founder MDAS Global, a company on a mission to provide convenient, affordable, and high-quality healthcare for Africa's next billion, starting in Nigeria. As CEO of MDAS, this person I'm about to welcome oversees company strategy, fundraising, and operations with a focus on building strategic partnerships with equipment suppliers, hospitals and clinics, employers, and health insurance providers. Please, a round of applause for the CEO of MDAS, Olusoga Oni. Please, a round of applause for Olusoga Oni as he joins us on stage. And to facilitate the conversation, our incredible moderator is the founder and principal partner at Mosron Communications. She's a communication strategist who helps brands articulate purpose and impact. Known for her clear, grounded moderation style, she brings a calm authority to every conversation. It's my pleasure to welcome our moderator, Tolulokpe Olorundero. Please, a round of applause for her. as she comes to moderate the final panel session for today. And after this, we have one surprise for you, so please don't be in a hurry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sirs. A pleasure. Centralized. I'm a public relations professional, so it would be very off for me to leave it that way.
Okay.
Thank you. So, yes, please sit in the middle. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure we're all looking forward to going home. It seems like it's been a long but very interesting conversation. And it's fortuitous that we have Dr. Joe Abba, who has led the intro into this last panel session, because how else should you end than by the chief priest that we recognize very well in the African tradition to lead the conversation into the solutions to Africa without borders. How do we scale African companies? Dr. Joe has mentioned several examples of African companies that have done incredibly well for themselves. How do you, as a founder here in this room, take your business beyond the borders of Africa? And so we'll first start and get perspectives of our two other panelists. Why is scaling difficult from your perspective? Operations, and then, of course, building a business.
Thank you. Scaling in Africa, number one thing that makes it very difficult is limited market data and insights. You want to go into a new market, you struggle to get the insight that you need about your competitors, what are your chances of success, and it makes it very, very difficult. But I believe now that it's going to get better with AI. You are able to work with data because as entrepreneurs, as business leaders, you need to take calculated risk. And calculated risk are on the basis of the data that you have for you to be able to take that. And I think that that's the major thing that we need to work on as Africans, to be able to gather data and be able to use that data wisely. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, so before we gather data, though, as Africans, we must be willing to give that data.
I completely agree.
Yeah, dare I say that if you are in this room, I think that QR code that was showed up stage now, if you have not taken either a screenshot or you clicked on that link, perhaps you are one of the challenges we are having in Africa in getting data, right? Yeah. Okay, Olusoga, you want to go? Why is scaling difficult for African companies?
Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. I think scaling a business generally is hard, and scaling in Africa is even harder. I think one of the reasons why it's harder is because of there's a lot of fragmentation. I think just for some context, our business recently scaled to Cameroon, and I think we learned a lot from that process. Number one, there are real cultural barriers, particularly between Anglophone and Francophone West Africa, that we don't think about, even though we're culturally the same people, but over time we've developed this fragmentation between our peoples. Two is that and I think Dr. Joe Abba made reference to that, is that we have this massive bureaucracy in Africa, right? Which the point of the bureaucracy is the bureaucracy itself, right? So when you go to a new country and you're trying to register your business with it, it's just so long. And I used to think that Nigeria was bad until I entered Francophone West Africa, which has even bigger bureaucracies. So I think that there are real challenges with this. I think with things like the trade, it's getting better, but to be honest, it's still yet to be implemented properly. So maybe as some of this barrier drops, it will be easier to scale within Africa.
Okay. So, because we must be patriotic, I like to always put a caveat there. Because we are so familiar with our problems, sometimes we think that we are the absolute worst things. Until you get out there and you realize that, okay, wait, I think my problem is still manageable. This one is beyond my capacity. So whatever you're thinking about the challenges you're facing in your business now, can I please mention, just like Olusoga has said, when you attempt to scale, then you will know that I think Nigeria is still fair. It can be better, but there are bigger issues and fishes that you need to deal with outside here. Let's talk about the solutions. We are very familiar and intimate with the problems that we have on the continent in terms of expansion and scaling. By the way, a simple synonym to scaling is expansion, because sometimes we use these terminologies and they seem almost beyond reach. If we're talking about scaling, it's really just expanding the footprint of your business across one market. Let's talk about the role that technology plays in expansion. And I'll start with Dr. Joe Abba. From a governance and policy perspective, how can institutional frameworks essentially support expansion for businesses in Africa?
Thank you. Like I said, issues of governance and policy are actually quite important because they affect us all. We don't pay enough attention to it. We pay more attention to the politics. And the politics is about who is going to win in 2027. We don't pay attention to, okay, when that person wins, what do they do with the power, which is the governance aspect. And even if you are Dangote, the world's richest black man, a very simple policy can render you poor in a very, very short amount of time. So we need to take governance much more seriously than we do. And, you know, Shoga was talking about the issues of bureaucracy and how things are just difficult. People just make things difficult. But you can use technology. A lot of the times that I've seen, whenever you've used technology, for instance, to computerize a payroll, you never go back to a manual system. When you've used technology to manage payments, it's a lot easier to trace. At least you know where the monies are going to. And even when somebody disables the system, you know the last person that logged in to disable that system. So I think the use of technology, the use of artificial intelligence, the use of robotics are ways in which we can actually address some of those barriers and make scalability a lot easier.
Fantastic. Just an example, you know, stories are always important. I'm sure after now you will remember these stories. But for those who are very active on social media platforms, we know that for a couple of years, Elon Musk was the richest man in the world until he had this fallout with the President of the United States. And that's total net worth reduced, where if you focus on the person and not the policy that drives governments and governance, you may find yourself in a place that you don't like.
I'm actually very proud that I predicted that Elon Musk will fail within 6 months of going into government, because again, he came with a private sector arrogance into a sector that he doesn't know. So again, when we are scaling, we need to be sure that we are scaling into an area that we are familiar with and that we know.
Fantastic. That's the work of a chief priest anyway. You predict what others cannot see sitting down. Olusoga, I'm very interested about how technology can scale service businesses. I'm a service provider myself, and I've always thought that product-led founders and entrepreneurs have this pride, as it were. There doesn't seem to be a clear understanding of the peculiar challenges that service businesses face in scaling. I mean, I can scale a product or just distribute product, but how do you distribute service, essentially, with technology?
Yeah, so that's something that we do really well at my company. Just a little bit more context, we run a network of clinics, diagnostic clinics across the country. And I think that the role of technology typically is not to, you cannot sell the technology to someone who wants to pay for it. But if you're building technology, you can use it to reduce the frictions within your businesses in a way that, you know, you can stop the leakages, right? And I think it's so important because when you're running a business at scale like we are, you cannot put people in charge of everything, right? So you need technology and processes to help out with that. And I think that in healthcare particularly, the role of technology there is that process, is to make sure that you can guarantee a type of service that, you know, in terms of like, you know, a patient can come into your facility and get the kind of service. You can benchmark every single touch point from payments to when they go to a doctor's room and you can know how long they spend there, you can improve the processes. I think in healthcare, that's how we say it. And because of that, we can scale because we're not worried about how to manage the clinics. Pretty much technology helps us manage our clinics much better. And I think that for service businesses like ours, I think the role of technology is to guarantee that service, to make sure that we can benchmark, to make sure that we can do things at scale. And that's how we use technology.
Interesting. Mr. Shubandi, CWG provides the infrastructure for all this service. Let's make it practical, please. I don't understand all the grammar. I'm a public relations professional. I'm not a technology person, but I run a business. Give me practical examples from CWG's services.
Okay, so for CWG, one of our mantra is you solve the real problem. So what exactly is the real problem? You are not providing service just for the commercial use. You are solving the real problem that businesses are having. So if you take a service organization, you want to focus on people. You want the management of the organization to focus on their core business while we provide technology for you to be efficient. I think essentially it's about efficiency in the use of technology to help you to achieve your objective. Also, what we do at CWG is what we call the last mile delivery solution. You look at what is the end user and what is the objective of that end user. And the focus from the very beginning of your engagement with the customer or the client is to ensure that the end user gets the desired result through the use of technology. We make it very simple. You want to move from point A to point B. Technology will help you to be able to move from point A to point B. You want to deliver excellent service delivery. You want to have your customers being attended to within 5-10 minutes, whatever the SLA is. That is the problem, and that is what we'll use technology to resolve.
Fantastic. So if you're a founder, you have a business here, you're wondering, how do I engage CWG? I want to become a CWG customer. We have a sales champion here that can absolutely direct you. Because, I mean, wouldn't we want to close some sales after Texcellence? They are not mutually exclusive, I hope. All right, let's go to something also that seems to be a peculiar challenge for us in Africa. Ecosystem building and partnerships. It looks like we all love to work in silos. It's my own. I own 100% of it, even if it's just 0.001% of that market. But at least I own 100%. How do we leverage technology? How does ecosystem building and partnership thinking come into building businesses that will scale beyond the borders of Africa? Dr. Joe.
Okay, thank you. So partnership is quite key. I work in an international development consultancy firm, and believe it or not, we competitors meet every quarter to basically ask ourselves, okay, what is going on in the industry? How are you addressing it? We also jointly bid for work. Even as competitors, we come together and bid for work, and quite often are successful in doing so. So I think if you look at most technological innovations, there are very many components that it's very difficult for one person to produce. And so if you're talking about mobile phones or vehicles or computers, there are various components that you need a value chain in order to produce. And so we need to start thinking about that. Yes, it's your own. Yes, you want to be identified with it, but I think you could also look at research about how many startups or family-owned companies in Africa actually survive the founder. Very, very few do. And so if you have that protectionist mindset, more than likely the business will not go beyond you. So we need to start to think in that way that yes, we want to protect our image, we want to protect our ownership, but as the saying goes, the sky is big enough for all the birds that want to fly without them colliding into each other.
Absolutely, absolutely. Olusegun.
Yeah, so I think that's very important. I think when we were trying to scale outside Nigeria, one of the things we did was we were open to like getting a local partner and giving them equity in that company in their own country. And it wasn't just paper equity, it was actually real equity we were giving them, because we think that if you want to fly, you need partners. If you want to do it all by yourself and make all the money all by yourself, it takes you much longer. And we felt that that was a better way. And given our experience so far, I think we wouldn't go to a different country except we have a strong local partner, because that's, I feel like, the biggest leverage if you want to scale your business beyond your initial country, is that partnerships. And I think that, even locally, our business is really built on partnerships. We partner with over 2,000 doctors and hospitals around the country. So it has to be win-win. So you need to be able to say, you know what, for each partnership, 1 + 1 must be equal to 3, because you also need to create value that you're going to share, right? So partnerships are very, very important to scale across your borders.
That's an interesting mathematical formula again. Now 1 + 1 has to be equal to 3. It's no longer 2. I hope you remember that as you build your business going forward. Mr. Shubande, to close out on this question, Texcellence is an example of ecosystem building and partnership in the industry. What lessons can businesses in your industry learn from how CWG has put together Texcellence?
So for Texcellence, and what I would say is that it's all about collaboration. You grow more when you collaborate with others. Like Dr. Joe said, you need to understand your ecosystem. Your ecosystem also includes your competitors, your customers, and clients. The more you are able to think about the ecosystem, the better for the organization. And I think that Texcellence is a good platform for most people, because we collaborate with a lot of our partners. We do the same business. We are competitors in some areas, but we collaborate and we grow better.
Fantastic. So can I please invite you on behalf of CWG Plc to Texcellence 2026. Please make sure you register somewhere. Finally, because if we're scaling Africa, if we're thinking Africa beyond borders, one of the things we must be willing to scale is timeliness, right? And so I want to make sure that we end this panel before that timer says time up. It's a rapid fire, and I'm just going to ask you your sincere response to this. If you could take out one barrier in Africa today that will aid scaling businesses, what would it be for you? I'll start with Olusegun.
Visas.
Okay, that's very rapid. Visas. Dr. Joe.
Policy.
Policy, okay. And you?
Interoperable payment system.
We don't understand that. So
Okay, seamless transfer of funds within Africa.
Fantastic. So we have visas, we have policy, and we have seamless transfer of funds. You can know who the business person here, because he's focused on the money. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and attention this afternoon. Please put your hands together for our panelists for a fantastic discussion. Please let's stand for the pictures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What an amazing way to gradually come to the end. I know I'm standing between you and food. Food is almost here. But we have award presentations. I'd like to welcome our founder, the founder of CWG Plc, to please join us on stage for the award presentation. Please a round of applause for Mr. Austin Okere. And for the group picture as well, CEO and our non-executive team, please join us for the group picture as well. Right, we have the awards to present. The first award will be to Dr. Joe Abba, Country Director, DAI, Thank you very much. CEO, you can please. Thank you very much. So this award is to Dr. Joe Abba, and thank you so much for that fantastic lightning conversation, as well as sharing valuable insight on our panel, our final panel for today. And so we're not yet done, Mr. Austin Okere. We still need you, please. We need you for more award presentations, sir. And this time, from the founder of CWG Plc to the COO of CWG Plc. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much. And the final award is to Mr. Olushoga Oni. Thank you. We would have loved for all three awardees. When we're done, we'd love for all three awardees to take a group picture. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to Mr. Austin Okere. Now I have 1.5 assignments for you. We have a surprise for you. A very huge surprise. All right. I've been asked to ask the three awardees to please come on stage for a group picture. The three Mr. Shobande, please can you join us? Dr. Joe Abba, if we may disturb you for a bit, we want to have a group picture with the other awardees, please. But we have one huge surprise for you. And I want you to brace yourself, fasten your seatbelts. Right after this group picture, I will introduce the surprise that we have for everyone here. And like I said earlier, I know that I'm standing in the way between you and lunch, and I promise not to take too much of your time. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you in the hand of our surprise for the next 5 minutes. Precious, to serenade us with a little bit of magic. Precious, the floor is yours.
I'm feeling you, I'm feeling you, feeling you, feeling you. I'm feeling you, I'm feeling you, my baby. I'm feeling you, I'm feeling you, feeling you, feeling you. I'm feeling you, I'm feeling you, my baby. Você
My job is to make you believe the impossible. And that's what you guys create, impossible projects. Now, why this thing? Can I have a drink of cola? Anybody here? Can I have a drink? A drink? Can I get a drink? Yeah. Thank you. A round of applause for the kind gesture. Don't forget that one. That's good. Okay. Back to business. So like I was saying, there's not much different between what I want you to do, which is creating impossible things. But there's a problem. More often than not, you spend all time chasing the next big project, chasing the deadline, funding. You forget to take a moment to pause. Tonight, I want all of you here to pause and reflect on something you're proud of. Perhaps a big win, small, winning something. Everybody here, I want you all to think of something, a win that you're proud of. If you have something in mind, please raise your hand. Awesome. One person. Okay, two people. Please join me on stage. Thank you.
Should I be scared?
Oh, no, don't worry. Yes, thank you very much. What's your name?
My name is Olive.
Olive, and yours? Well, very great. You guys know each other. Alright, so round of people to the guests. Olive, can you stay there? Tell me right. Can you stay here? Olive. Could you share what that week was with everybody? Just something brief.
I recently produced my own TV show and I'll be launching next week.
That's exciting. Do you take the moment to celebrate that?
But yes.
You haven't. And that's why we're here. We're going to create a moment with Olive. Who's with me here? Awesome. Olive, I've written down on my notes different ways to celebrate a win. And it's numbered from 1 to 100. I want you to be as free as possible. In fact, I'm going to show you the list. And you can read 100 ways.
100 ways to celebrate a win.
Yes, you can read all random numbers.
30. Order ice cream and eat it without guilt.
What's the one? Anyone at all?
42. Go happy with friends. Everybody.
So you like that one? So you can see that it's all big effect. Well, if I want you to pick a random number from 1 to 100, what number are you going with? Yes, you say that.
71.
71. Most people say 7 and 1, but would you like to change or you are okay with 71? Some people, when they see this, they wish they had changed their mind. You want to go with 71 or you want to change? Are you might be influencing us also?
Do you want me to change? You suggest I change.
I don't know, it's your choice.
All in favor of me changing say aye. All against say nay. So 71 exists.
This one, yes. Alright. So if you go to the list and see 100 ways, and you can scroll to the bottom, you can just remember what activity. Don't say it out. Okay. Don't say it out. Keep it in your head.
Okay.
Remember that activity, right?
Yes.
Good. Oh, we have Femi here. People don't know anything, right?
No, not.
Is there any way you don't know what he's thinking of? I mean, hold on a minute. There's something called the inception. Olive, I want you to close your eyes for a bit. Now, you've not said any word. You've not spoken to anybody. But I want you to imagine, have a pen, want to imagine transferring the thought in your head.
Imagine what?
Transferring a thought. That is where you're going to celebrate this week in your head. Femi. When you're ready, just say, yes, I am. When you receive that.
Numbers here. The one I chose here.
Yes, yes. Whenever you're ready, go. Don't say it. Write what you received. Yeah. I mean, this is an ongoing conversation today. You're not listening to anything. Don't do anything.
Imagine for yourself.
Okay. For the first time, when you open your eyes, don't say anything yet. You have written something. Please, interview. Can you tell us what you wrote? And if it happens to be what randomly thought of, I'm going to run away from here. Can you read what you have here? Yeah, read it. Read it out. Yeah. Was that it? What was it? Well, you know what? It was too close and it was not precise. Let's make this more precise. Hold on. He said, what? People eating at the table. Hold on. Hold on. She said, it's close. I mean, give him a score mark, maybe 7 over 10, right? 9. That's fair. But that's not enough for magic. Hold on. Please close your eyes again. Close your eyes again. Now the next question I'm going to ask, I want you to be specific. What specific meal are they eating at the table? Right? You have to be in your mind. Awesome. Penny, can you write? Any meal? What particular meal? Yes. Yeah, the meal on the table. What do I eat on the table? That's fair. Can you show that?
You said you love us. And something like you love us.
So, one more for this one. Learning was the first. No pass my own eyes. And they were
Is that your things to see you?
Now, for the first time, he has written down, everybody has seen what he believes you are eating at the table. That with anything, what's
chicken and chips.
Yes, jollof and chicken. I mean, that's close. Doesn't work that way. Hold on. I mean, about 10 over 10, right? Round of applause for Philip, please.
That was actually very close.
That's very close.
But not a
What did you say again?
Chicken and chips.
No, we can't speak on the I'm on the And you know, you see, sorry, oh my goodness. Chicken, alright. We love rice. For me, but we born me. God, I'm very good.
We celebrate moments like this, something that makes us believe the importance of running. A random person in the audience thinking of a random thing and it's positive. It transfers maybe 90% of the time to another person. But to actually make that appear on stage, I mean, that's never a round of applause, guys. But it's important that we pay kindness with kindness. And so I asked somebody in the audience to do what I was Thursday, and the gentleman over there did. I believe would be an honor to share this experience with you. Please, right here on stage. Thank you. Please keep clapping, I mean. Thank you very much, President. Sunny, can you take the water and the cup? You can take the cup and place the cup right in front of you like this. Yeah, like this way. And it's important that you serve the bottle of water. But a long time ago, there was somebody that did a simple act of kindness. And they went around making the greatest. Sorry, you want to confirm this is real, but you want to claim it? Amazing. My name is
Okay, we're not quite done, but Precious, can we please give a round of applause to Precious? Will anyone like to have a nice meal of chicken, chips, and a glass of wine? Any takers? Going for the first time? Or you want to come? You want to try it? You people can fear. Is it not just small chicken and chips? Is it not just small wine? Okay. Since you don't want to eat this one, we have another one for you that you will eat in 5 minutes. But I've been instructed to ask us to do a simple task. For the next 5 minutes, we want to take a tour of the exhibition booth. And right after that, you will come in and we will serve you. So please, for the next 5 minutes, we want everyone to exit the hall to the exhibition booth. That is the only thing standing between you and lunch. So please interact with all the stands. We'll take you around. Our partners will be happy to speak to you about the services that they offer. And we'll be happy to take any questions that you may have. When you come back, we will do the closing officially. We're closing. We have someone who's coming to close for us, and then it will be food. Thank you. We have the next 5 minutes with the exhibition stand. Thank you.
AI is revolutionizing digital financial services, driving real-time insights, automation, and smarter engagement across every channel. The Vericash FinTech Enablement Platform is a centralized, integrated ecosystem that connects all your digital businesses, empowering financial institutions to scale with agility, manage complexity, and deliver personalized services across markets. Through our AI-powered financial innovation roadmap, Vericash enables predictive analytics, automated credit scoring, AI-driven personal finance, intelligent fraud prevention, and always-on virtual assistants, turning data into action and insight into growth. Empower your institution with AI-driven precision. Future-proof your financial services with Vericash. Vericash, digital innovation for all.
Eating, drinking, networking, and I want to believe that you've had a very profitable time at Texcellence 4.0. Thank you very much for joining us this year to speak, learn, and talk about the future forward Africa. We hope that the ideas that have been shared on this stage will not just stop at being ideas, and we'll take them and run with them. And when we come back for Texcellence 5.0, we'll be better prepared for the future. Shout out to all our partners and our sponsors. Thank you very much for supporting the dream that is Texcellence Conference. Thank you to our physical audience, our virtual audience. We have people streaming live via our CWG Plc page. Thank you very much. Until we come your way again, my name is Olive Modi. I am a TV host with New Central Television, a lawyer, and I've been honored to serve as your compere. I wish you all a safe journey home. There's still room for more networking, room for interaction with our booths, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.